Today's episode is proudly sponsored by Bourbon Mountain Productions, the home of custom laser engraved magic. Whether you're looking for personalized tumblers, engraved knives, wallets, or unique decor, Bourbon Mountain Productions has something for everyone.
That's right. Bourbon Mountain is all about bringing your ideas to life with precision and passion. You dream it, they engrave it. It's that simple.
Head over to bourbonmountain.com to browse our lineup of completely customizable products. And if you're listening to this podcast, you know there's exclusive discounts waiting just for you.
So don't wait. Grab yourself something unique. Support a small business. And remember, when you think custom engraving, think Bourbon Mountain Productions.
Thanks to Bourbon Mountain for sponsoring today's episode. Now let's get to it.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Yeah. From coast to coast, where the truth cuts deep, we ride the line where the shadows creep. It's Goody and Bourbon, mic in hand, dropping facts they don't want you to understand. Fire exits in the back, watch them spark that flame. Producer on the boards, never playing no games. Unfiltered, uncensored, we speak what's real. At the 44th parallel, you know the deal. Welcome to the edge, where the lines get blurred, where the loud get heard and the silence burns. You're tuned to the truth, raw with no mask. It's the 44th Parallel Podcast.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? And welcome back to the 44th Parallel Podcast. Malibu, welcome in. Bourbon, how you doing, brother? Mama Goody, I see you. Bourbon said, we are bored. Yep, that internet needs to get fixed, brother. How's everyone doing tonight? It is Friday, and we are bringing you guys a podcast on a Friday night. Hey, yo. Queen is actually joining me as the second host. She just had to step away for a second, so she will be back momentarily. And as always, we do got Fire behind the scenes. Fire be doing fire things. Hey, yo, look at that. We left the attic door unlocked. Oh, no. Now your kids know what it's like to grow up like the rest of us did. Dang. There's only so much playing outside they can do. They got Widowmakers out there. I think most of them have fallen at this point, but there's still a few here and there. At least the weather's finally getting nice for us here in Michigan, though. There we go. There's Queen.
Yeah, go. All right, sorry guys. 1 second. I'm stocking up on my waters.
Gotta get your waters.
Okay, lock it. Check.
Queen, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
Mama's out of beer, so she had to get waters. So,
well, water is acceptable.
Bourbon. Hi. I love your face. I miss you.
Where's Bourbon? Oh yeah, not here.
No. Don't make him feel bad. I miss Bourbon.
Daddy, chill.
I also miss beer and tequila too. Kidding. Bourbon's gonna hate me forever. Oh, and we got Mama Goody in here. Hi, sweetheart. And Triggs. Oh, I can see Triggs' name. Maybe that's because I'm not signed in under my name.
I think so. That's probably what it is.
How are you guys doing tonight? Oh boy. All right.
It feels weird doing this on a Friday night.
I mean, it is a Friday night, but it kind of just doesn't feel like a Friday night. Is that weird to say? Doesn't feel like a Friday night.
Yeah, I think it's a little weird to say.
It doesn't feel like a Friday. It feels like it's still just like another weekday that's not a weekend. But that's okay. Oh, it's my
Lady in pink.
wifey.
Welcome.
Hi,
in.
wifey. I'm excited to see you.
The
You work here.
pinkest of ladies, right there, guys.
She is the pinkest of ladies.
So we have a very special guest coming on tonight.
We do.
We do.
I thought it was just you and me.
Nope. I figured that Twitch could only handle so much Goody and Queen, so I had to call him back up.
That's fair. Oh no, look at Herbert. I love that guy. All right. Well, who's our? What do we got? What have we got going on then?
Why don't you start? Let's get him
start
going.
out?
Let's get him on here. Yeah.
All right. Well, tonight on the 44th, we're slicing into something fresh and fire.
That's right. Roll out the dough, baby, because we got the man himself, DoughsLife, in the building.
From saucing up streams to baking up heat in the content kitchen, Dough's been feeding the timeline with nothing but flavor.
So grab a plate, tune in, and get ready, because this ain't delivery. It's DoughsLife, live on the 44th Parallel Podcast.
Somebody better bring the Parmesan, because this episode's about to get cheesy in the best ways.
Let's go.
Hey, it's the 44th, you know the vibe. Special guest in the seat, now we going live. DoughsLife in the house, don't blink or slide. It's a good time, wave, let it ride, let it ride. California dreams, Twitch streams on lock. From morning light to the late night talk. Dough bringing good vibes, you can't deny. With a heart that's pure and a spirit that flies. He's got the merch on deck, he got goals on sight. In the chat go nuts when he hits that mic. No drama, no cap, just love and real. And every time he speaks, you know it heals. Ooh, he's lifting hearts when the lights go dim. Running charity like he's built to win. Every dollar raised got a face behind his DoughsLife, baby. And he's one of throw your hands up high, yeah, we feel that spark. He's the calm in the storm, he's the light in the dark. On the 44th barrel, he's taking that seat. With Queen and Goody at the circle complete. We got fire exits rolling on the deck so clean. Now Dough's in the room and he's setting the scene. From coast to mic, he's the realest to speak. It's the DoughsLife wave and it's reaching. He ain't flexing for clout, he's about that growth. From mental health talks to community oats. Got a Discord buzzing like a late night jam. When you step in the dope pad, you know who I am. Every stream got stories, every moment got soul. From laughter to losses, he's in full control. Not just content, nah, it's connection he's building. And today on the podcast is Dough who's chilling. From Twitch to TikTok, he keep it smooth while changing the game with every move. He's not just a name, he's a mission alive. And when he talks, man, you feel that drive. So their hands up high and we feel that spark. He's the calm in the storm, he's the light in the dark. On the 44th barrel, he's taking that seat. With Queen and Goody at a circle complete. He got fire exits rolling on the deck so clean. Now Dough's in the room and he's setting the scene. From coast to mic, he's the realest to speak. It's the DoughsLife wave and it's reaching. Yeah, he's here and the vibe is alive. Let's welcome DoughsLife to the 44th drive. Mic check, spotlight, camera zoom tight. It's a podcast moment, this feels right.
Yo,
Welcome.
What is going on, brother? How are you doing tonight?
doing fantastic, man. Happy to be here. I love that intro, by the way.
Hell yeah.
That's a
Appreciate that.
jam.
That's our boy
I love
Flair
your dancing.
X's.
Absolutely W.
Are you actually on a beach right now?
I mean, I'm 5 minutes away, but not currently, no. Maybe one day.
Don't let him
Just
fool
get
you.
a little
He's just
jealous.
sitting out there sipping on mimosas.
I
I was just
one of these
thinking it'd
days,
make it
man.
really sandy.
That's the one downside I can say about the beach, man. Love everything about it. Do not love the sand.
Well, you and Bourbon wouldn't get along very well.
Oh,
Okay, so no, actually they get along famously. Bourbon can stay on the sand and Doe can be in the water.
There you go.
They are actually
No.
a perfect match, like in yin and yang. Well, welcome in tonight. Thank you for joining us.
absolutely.
We're,
Thank you guys for having me.
I'm excited to actually get to know a little more about you because I feel like I think there's a lot of people who also are going to be looking forward to seeing the kind of the who are you, and learning some more.
Yeah, and let's jump right into it. Who is DoughsLife?
So for those of you guys that don't know me, my name is DoughsLife, variety content creator, streamer. We stream just about everything. I'm a family man. Myself, Dough's wife, our 7-year-old daughter. She's nicknamed Cupcake. We've lived together. We do this stream thing as a unit.
Does Doe's wife also show up on stream as well during Doe's
She
live
does.
stream? Okay.
She does.
Is she your own or just with you?
So she has streamed on her own. She is actually an affiliate on Twitch. She just does not stream as often. But she does have her own account, her own clips. So you might catch a Doe's wife stream if you're really paying attention.
Okay.
You
So
leave his wife alone, all right? We do
shut
not need
up.
to add another one to the harem.
The harem always needs the wives. Okay, let's be clear. I'm always on the lookout. I have a theme song and everything. So stop it. So ironically, I'm eating pizza tonight for dinner. So I would get where Doe's life might come from, but what are the origin of your stream name? How did you come up with it?
So growing up, it just kind of happened. It all kind of starts with a funny story about how I got involved in sports for the first time. My buddy's dad was the head coach of the football team, right? And he would always bother me to come out and play. Like the final time when he actually got me to come and do it, he had cornered me in a grocery store. It was like, look, come out for a week, try it. If you don't like it, I promise you this is the last time you'll hear from me. So I went out, and my buddy, his son, he just started calling me Doughboy one day. That was just the name, I was a fluffy kid, I played lineman, so that's kind of where that started, and it just stuck. And there's one of those things where they say you can't make your own nickname, so I took it and I rolled with it. And it's gotten to the point now, I'm 27 years old and I get called Doe more often than I get called by my real name. I will legit be walking down the street and I'll hear Doe, and I'll turn around. Sure enough, it's somebody I know, so that's where it started.
So it's
Really
not a love of
nice,
pizza. I feel disappointed now. I'm gonna be honest, just a little bit. I was hoping you'd created some amazing pizza recipe and you were gonna share it, but
I did used to work as a chef. I have done a lot of different jobs in my life. A lot lived in 27 years, but I did work as a chef most recently for about 4 or 5 years.
nice.
I do got a couple of recipes I can share.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have to just we're gonna have to drop into each other's DMs on that one appropriately, guys. Appropriately.
Got you.
Cation, I really don't want your wife taking me out. I'd rather take her out for a day. So
I actually relate to your nickname situation. I actually got my my nickname playing football as well when I was 7, and it's has to do with my last name. But I've been called it ever since, and like my parents to this day call me Goody. Like they don't even call me by my name.
Right? It's one of those things. Terms of endearment, and you know, you ride with it. You ride with it. You know what I mean? But that it blew me away. You know, at the whole atmosphere of like football and all that. Because before dough and before sports, you know, it was just not something that I was about at all. You know, and it's crazy. You give something a chance, and you know how it can spiral into this. You know what I mean? I tried football one time when I was 12, and now DoughsLife is a thing. You know.
So did you stick with football when you tried it out, or was it not for you?
So I did. I did football up until my senior year. I did not play my senior year. Where I'm from, the school that I went to, the high school had about like I want to say like 500-600 people, and our football team wasn't bad. There was just a lot of nonsense going on behind the scenes, like favoritisms and whatnot. I hate to like put it out there like that, but it was like almost like a TV show, like the drama that would go on. I mean, this high school, I'm not even kidding, is like 100 yards from the beach. It is
Oh, wow.
like what you would imagine like a nonsense California beach high school would be. Is exactly what you would picture.
So I feel like a lot of your, smaller to medium-sized schools, they have a lot of the favoritism and drama because it's the smaller town atmosphere. But
Mhm.
your situation was probably even worse, being right there by the beach and everything, dealing with all of that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's so we have like a collection of smaller towns and then a larger town, off to the side where it's basically like everything is kind of connected in this chain of cities. So it's like 3 different smaller cities, and everybody went to one high school in that smaller city. And there was not a lot of kids around, you know what I mean? But it was one of those things where, seniors are going to play, regardless. It didn't
Right.
matter who was ready to step up and play. It was hardly about winning when I was going to school there. They have changed everything now, but it's one of those things.
So you said you're 27 now.
Yep.
So how long have you been doing the stream?
So I actually started this. I think my account is now 8.5 years old. Right around when Fortnite started getting big. So I guess I should preface this. I wanted to do the streaming and the recording stuff like long before it was really possible. I was 14, 15. I had bought like a capture card that had the 3 colored prongs to plug into the back, kind of thing. I was trying to get into it way early on, and I could just never materialize the whole thing. But then the Xbox One came out, and they had that ability to stream directly from the console. And I was seeing, Ninja and like these guys like playing Fortnite and like getting big, and I was like, man, like that's what I've been trying to do for years. Like, why don't I try doing that? So my daughter was like just born, like a couple of months in, and I was trying it, and you know how it is, when you have a young child, especially your first young child. It's hard. It's hard to do a lot of things on the side. It's hard to build a lot of things on the side. So it kind of went to the back burner. But yeah, I tried starting this 8 years ago. And yeah, about 3 years ago, I suffered a pretty nasty back injury. There's a whole mess that went with that, but I had the time, and I was like, I'm here. Why don't I try it again? Why don't I try doing this one more time? And I've been doing it ever since.
I love that. Goody, you took away my question. That next question that was on there.
I reorganized.
You did. I saw that. He's messing with me.
Called an audible.
This is actually hazing. So you think we're interviewing you, but this is just hazing for like me replacing Goody. We're just gonna see how much Goody can haze me on this one.
It's a trial by fire, right?
Exactly.
Well, I'm glad you stuck it out and that you are here because you've added a lot to the community from what I've seen and what people, the reputation you have. It's a good one.
Appreciate that.
All right, Goody, I'll let you go since you got rid of my question.
So since you started streaming and stuff, what would you say a normal day in your life looks like?
Oh man, it is changed and evolved so much. Even just recently, things have changed. So I, on top of doing the stream thing, once I had recovered from all of the things I had going on, I decided to go back to school, and basically we've worked out a situation where I'm currently a full-time student, stay-at-home dad, and I do the streaming. So basically my day, I get up around 7:30 my time in the morning, take a little one to school. Um, thank you, love. Once I drop her off, I come home. Depends on what I have going on. If I have school, I'll try and bang out some schoolwork. I do video editing. Obviously, going out there and supporting, trying to get out there and get back to the people that show up to mine and participate. I've recently gotten back into my health journey. So I do an hour on my stationary bike. I do my free weights. So that takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours out of my day. Around that time, the wifey will be home from work. It'll be getting close to picking our daughter up. So I'll drive us over there. We'll pick her up together, come home. Then I'm in the kitchen, cooking dinner, getting everything prepared. Once dinner's situated in there, ready to go. If it's a stream day, I'll be getting the stream together and we'll be getting on. If it's not a stream day, it all depends. Me and the wife, we've been catching up on shows and whatnot. But then, yeah, I'll do kind of whatever for the rest of the night, stream, and then normally I'm in bed by like 12:30.
So what's some of your goals with your health journey that you're on?
So it's multifaceted. Part of it, is obviously, you go to the doctor and they tell you, hey, I'm looking at, your blood pressure is a little high, so you could stand to, do a couple of things, but, it's also, personal, goals. I want to be healthier, I want to get back into shape. I've fluctuated so much throughout my life. Obviously I started, real, chunky when I was, younger. I did football, slimmed down a little bit. Once I got into, my 19, 20, I was actually the smallest I had ever been at 180. I was real lean at that time. I was doing work on the fishing boats and I was working at UPS. I was basically just working out for work 24/7. But I'm trying to get back into a healthy mindset, a healthier physique, partially for health, partially for myself. Just something I wanted to do and see. So it's a big part of it.
You said you want to
Oh, yeah.
get in shape. I just want to point out that your dough, you can be any shape you want. You just got to be
True.
fit, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yo, Rampage with the raid. Let's go. Appreciate that
Welcome
raid. Welcome
in.
in, Raiders.
Prove yourself and raid, make them remember you. Push through hell and raid, I will remember you. Raid.
So damn catchy. I just like sitting over here bobbing my head, dancing
Every time.
every time without fail.
Hey, nothing hits harder than the Biddy song, though. I'm just saying.
Don't start them with that. I'll get distracted, okay? I'll get distracted if you guys start doing that.
So do you? So though you also mentioned catching up on some TV shows with wifey.
Mhm.
What are some of the shows you guys are catching up on?
So the latest two that we watched, Hagen recommended the first one, Yellow Jackets. We had never heard of it. Ella Purnell was in it though. We love the Fallout show. Amazing. We binged all 3 seasons. I went and got my Paramount Plus subscription back so we could watch like the new episodes. Good show. Very good. Second one, Risen recommended, The Pit. Uh, Very intense, very crazy medical show. Um, one of his selling points was like the doctors and all that on TikTok and YouTube. Just couldn't stop raving about how accurate things were, like to the life. But it was just a phenomenal show. The actors absolutely knocked it out of the park. Another one I'd highly recommend.
So you mentioned part of your day is going to school also.
Mhm.
So what is the final educational goals for you?
So degree is going to be in computer sciences. Um, haven't really figured out a minor just yet. Leaning towards cybersecurities, but kind of just see where it takes me at this point. See, because with the AI and all that stuff going on, I mean, using it daily, I literally, I don't think I could exist anymore without the AI. It's everything everywhere. So, we might be leaning a little bit more towards that route.
So when you grow up, you want to be an AI bot, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You can ask my mods. I am a bot. I am an absolute robot.
I've actually seen that in your chat occasionally. So
Yep.
I like
Yep.
that for you.
I got Rampage here. That's because it's all. I'm super tech savvy. I've gotten into coding bots. I'm working on my Discord bot. And I also have my stream bot. I love the coding. So yeah, the robot has stuck.
That's cool. We are not the same. You're amazing. My brain would never process what yours can. So that's
Nerd.
Have you
I'm a tech idiot. It's what they're trying to say. That's cool.
have you ever tried to develop for anyone else?
Yeah. So I have done some things for other people. I actually just recently finished the bot for mine and Rampage's Discord. It's one that we've been working on for a while. And we finally did a rebrand and got it launched, and I actually built the bot for that. So that was my biggest project for something other than specifically me.
Is that a goal for the future, is to be able to make those and market it as something that you can create for other people, or like special, like I guess individualized for other people, like take your bot and individualize it, or is it just kind of your baby because you like the project yourself?
That's a tricky one for me because I do love helping people. I really do. Being able to sit down and find a pricing or find like a way to monetize it is a foreign concept to me. It's a little weird. I normally do things for people and with the expectation that, I'm helping you out. If somebody needs help, turn around and help somebody out, give them the same grace that, I give you. I'm not really super big into the money and stuff like that. But it takes a long time and a lot of manpower to do these things. So it's almost like I would be at a crossroads. They would be almost inevitable. So maybe it's a hard.
Time is money.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and it's a valuable skill you have. By the way, he is way too nice. We do not deserve his niceness. We are not nice enough people to be in the same room as him. I'm putting this out there, Goody. I've already figured this out.
I could be, tact when I need to be, but
fantastic. I'm gonna need you to kind of up your meme game for tonight for me.
Okay.
I love the energy you're giving, and I think that there's a focus for you that in your streams that I want to ask you about. But it's kind of weird because you're already showing such signs of compassion to people and empathy. I'm kind of not going to be surprised about the answer I think I'm going to get out of this one. But you speak on your streams, like, so you're a tech guy, but you do a lot of mental health stuff on your streams too. Why is that so important to you?
Mental health. I mean, whether we like it or not, everybody in some way, shape, or form, whether it's ourselves, whether it's other people, deal with a lot of things that have to do with mental health. Mental health issues, something that runs in my family. Been around it a long time, learned a lot about it. A lot of inner demons as well. Personal battles that I've had to go through. I don't talk about it too much, but I am just over 2 years completely sober, um, and stuff like that. It's something that you really shouldn't have to deal with on your own, and there's stigmas around a lot of things that there really shouldn't be. People, if you need help, you should be able to go and get it. And I like being able to openly talk about these things, because I might not even realize that I'm helping somebody by speaking about it. You know what I mean? But you come into a stream, you're laughing, you're giggling, and I try to be as casual as I can about it because I don't want you to feel like, if we're talking about mental health, there's this gloom, this shadow that it shouldn't be like that. If you're having a hard time, you could talk about it, and it's one of those things. I've been around it for so long that I just feel it's important.
Yeah, that's amazing. Giving everyone that safe space to come and talk to and feel like they don't have to hold anything back, to a sense.
Absolutely.
Well, I think that even with what you just said, you're very open, and I think that leaves room for, like, to breed a lot of positive conversation. You're not hiding things. But is there anything that scares you about being that transparent online, just and open about yourself?
Yes and no. Obviously, the transparency thing, I try to be as transparent as possible. Because, like I said, going through my own personal battles, one of the biggest things was lying, hiding things, hiding yourself, hiding what you're doing. And I feel that by being so transparent, so open um, about these things, it kind of holds me accountable partially. You know what I mean? To continue doing the best I can. As far as being open in an online space, I've dealt with a lot of negativity, a lot of negative people, harassments and stuff like that. We've had, I can't even tell you how many times we've had bot raids and ridiculous things going on. But I'm not really afraid of being open online. I don't have a whole lot to fear from people. I mean, there are plenty of scary things that can happen online, but I'm not really too concerned with it.
No, I mean, you've got a point. Like, if you don't have anything for someone to go after, you're
If you don't have any skeletons, and I'm
we all have
pretty
skeletons.
and that's why it's like I don't hide as much as I can. You know what I mean? As much as people need to know. I don't hide nothing. We all have skeletons in our closets. We've all been through things. We've all had rough times. I just try not to breathe energy or anything into the negative people, into people that would want to try and embrace something like that and use it as a weapon. It's I always say you don't put wind in their sails. They're just gonna sit there.
Oh, that's deep.
Thanks.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's a really, you know, you're getting back what you put out there, which it does surprise me that you experienced bot raids, but like, I guess it shouldn't surprise me because people.
I will say, you know, I appreciate the words of kindness and all that, but I will say that, you know, I have made a fair share of what you would call maybe an enemy. Because part of being, you know, truthful and transparent is if I see something happening, you know, and it's apparent, or I see somebody taking advantage of somebody else, if I see something happening that I don't agree with, I'll say it. And it doesn't bother, you know, because the people who turn around and say, forget that guy, you know, he said, you know what he said and all this stuff. I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry that it bothered you. I'm not sorry I said it, you know.
Bingo.
And that's another part of these online spaces that I've come to accept is you can't make everybody happy and you can't be everyone's friend, and that's just
Absolutely.
it's just one of those things, you know.
100% agree with you. It's
Yep.
impossible to please everyone. Also, Helicat with the resub 3 months in a row. Let's go.
Thank you for the sub, we rise with your fire fueling our highs. Let it burn, no goodbyes. Together we touch the skies.
And we also got Evil with the raid. W raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys all doing tonight?
Prove yourself and raid, raid, make them remember you. Push through hell and raid, raid, I will remember you. Raid.
Once again, just dancing over here.
Me too.
And a
Sorry.
hype train. There it goes. Oh, there's biddies. Mama Goody dropped some biddies.
Yo, Mama
What happens
Goody
for
with the biddies. No, you're in for a treat right here.
Oh, yeah.
Drop them out, but let me see them biddies. Gonna take a long look at those Tego biddies. Throwing a lot, but throwing about 50. Come on, let me gander it in biddies.
Love that. Love that.
Oh, sister, hello. Hi, Juicy. Hi, Ghost. Yeah, that's one of my favorite alerts. We're not updating that alert now that, you know, I'm helping out while Bourbon's gone. There will be no update to that. It stays as it is.
Yeah, that one's stuck. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, you could put me on the other side watching too, but you know, just saying. One thing I think that a lot of what you're saying, you know, is like Fire alluded to, is deep shit. So obviously going into these realms that you've gone into with, you know, the learning you've done, all the ups and downs, all that stuff. What would your younger self say if he could see you now, what you're doing?
You know, I'd like to think that the younger me would definitely be proud of the accomplishments, proud of where we are. Would definitely be shocked that we were a father at this point. I was positive when I was growing up that I wasn't gonna have kids. That was not in my roadmap. But you know, life has a way of surprising you. But I think younger Doe would be plenty happy where we're at right now.
So
no kids. So is Cupcake not getting, you know, a muffin sibling? Is that what I'm hearing? Or
It's not currently in my cards. I'll put it out there.
fair.
You'd run out of foods, I'm sure, to call him anyway.
Yeah, the little one already wants some kind of dough name, so we have to figure that one out. She wants to
Aw.
upgrade from the cupcake.
Oh
That's so
no.
adorable.
I know.
I like cupcake. I think that's sweet.
You know how it is when they start getting older, you know, and they're finding their identity. You know, it's such a crazy thing to see. Just a little bit heartbreaking, but you know, it's
Yeah.
incredible.
So the person you are today, how much different would you say you are from, say, 5 years ago?
Oh, night and day, night and day. Um, I said 2 years ago I made the decision to get clean and you know change everything. Yeah, 5 years ago, I wasn't a super villain, you know, 5 years ago, but yeah, I wasn't happy. You know, and I you know was doing a lot of you know self-destructive behaviors. And it was just one of those things where I just kind of needed to wake up one day and just decide I need to change, you know. But yeah, night and day, absolutely.
With that being said, how would you say that your background or your upbringing influenced the way that you stream and shape the person you are today?
I would say a lot has to do with it. You know, just I mean, you know, DoughsLife. I mean that literally you know came from childhood. You know, and followed me up here. Um, the outlook, the motivations. It's all you know bred from the same tree, as it were. You know, wanting to do this has always been you know in my mind. You know, even when I was younger. But finally getting to do it. Yeah, it definitely puts kind of at a loss for the words to use here, but I would definitely say that my background had a lot to do with the way I present myself. You know, especially in an online presence. You know, one of the big things that I think about is you know one day you know the little one already you know sees the stream. She comes up and you know she says hi to me and all that stuff. You know, eventually one day, you know, the Twitch, the YouTube, you know, she'll just be browsing it, and you know, when she understands what I'm saying, you know, I want her to know, you know, Dad was trying, you know, do good things out here, you know. So that's another way that I, you know, carry myself, you know, the background and all that.
I love
I
that
had
because
not thought of that
yeah, I feel
at
like a
all.
lot of people don't typically think about that.
And you know, it's you know to each their own. This is our you know platform. You know, it is your you know voice to speak. You know, and a lot of these online fields. You know what I mean? A lot of these things. I mean, I know there's a lot of controversies when it comes to these things. You know, the models on certain sites and all that stuff. You know, and the people always talk about the repercussions and all those things. You know, at the end of the day, you know, grown adults making their own decisions that don't harm other people is 100% okay. That's what we're here for. You know what I mean? Down the line, figuring out how the children, you know, are going to be exposed to and react to these things. I mean, we're still years away from that. I feel like, but it's life. It's happening. You know,
It is.
things.
It's kind of like when your kids start to learn how to read and you can't and like spell, and then you can't spell shit out to your spouse anymore or to people to like try and get around them.
Mm-hmm.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. No, that's a really good attitude to have though, because a lot of people treat it like it's going to disappear. But let's be honest, anybody can clip you doing anything, and
Mm-hmm.
you don't get to control how people use your content necessarily.
Working in a
So
dress and waxing your chest.
Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. Working in a what and waxing what?
It's the twerking in a dress and waxing your chest.
I mean,
Who did
that's
that?
better than my son coming up behind me and reading somebody's sub goal, and the sub goal was if they got enough subs, they were going to get nipple piercings, and my son reading pierce nipples, and I was like, fuck. So I mean, like, you know, what twerking is not that bad. You looked beautiful in your dress.
Allegedly.
Drugs.
Allegedly. Allegedly. We got an ad read about pizza. Malibu's torturing me.
So, Doe, I'm going to give you the option. Do you want to be in on this ad read?
Why are we giving him
Sure.
an option? Well, mm-mm.
It's, it's
I
the
feel like
courteous thing to do. All right.
he's too nice to say no. You realize that, right? We've
That's why I
already
gave him an option.
so look, love you too, Malibu. By the way, I just want to point out that I laughed that tonight being one of the first nights I'm helping out like more regularly for Bourbon being gone. We're having DoughsLife here, and I have pizza for dinner, which I can't eat on stream because I don't want to chomp in front of you guys. So,
What kind of pizza is it?
that was buffalo. Wait, hold on. I'll display it for you. This is buffalo chicken pizza. It's got a ranch sauce, and then wait, this is my favorite one. This is barbecue chicken pizza with onions.
There you go.
Yeah.
We do the barbecue chicken, but we usually do bacon with it.
Oh, see, I would do bacon with chicken, feta cheese, and spinach with like a cream sauce on the pizza. That is fire. Mm-hmm.
Solid.
Fire's gonna have something to say about me using his name as an adjective. Love you, Fire. He's smirking in the background. No, it's so when you put bacon with yours, what else do you put with your bacon? Obviously, bacon goes with everything, so we're not disputing that already.
Right. Chicken's always a good one. Chicken and bacon. I mean, beef and bacon is also good, but definitely chicken and bacon.
You don't see you see beef paired with like lobster, shrimp, things like that. You don't usually see it with bacon as often.
Burgers.
It's less common. But I mean, like I'm thinking like steaks. Like I'm thinking.
Yeah. Fair.
No,
Right.
By the way, I'm trying to steal your
cooked.
wife. I'm just gonna really be honest about this.
Steal away.
All right. So
right.
if you look in the private chat, you'll see the little script for the ad read.
I love this. Okay. All right. I'm just peruse here for a second. Malibu, I just really love you. I'm pretty sure you're the one that requested this. If I'm correct. Yep. Ad read from Malibu. Well, fitting that I get to be seductive for you. Okay. All right. You tell me when you're ready, boys. You read through it?
Full send. I don't read through it. I just full send.
Fuck around, find out. Got it. Okay. You smell that? That's not your grandmother's lavender candle, baby. That's the intoxicating scent of smelly, melty mozzarella, crispy crust, and a sauce so deep. I said deep. It just whispered, "Call me daddy," in your ear.
I'm talking about that pizza so hot, it could make a nun drop that rosary and say, "Damn, is that garlic butter?" Whether you're sober, stoned, or stuck on your 5th Red Bull in bad decisions, this slice is going to change your life.
It's that late night lover, that dirty little triangle that don't judge your cravings or your browser history. Fold it, bite it, lick the grease off your fingers, like it just texted your ex at 2 a.m. and you meant it.
And don't you dare ask for pineapple unless you're into pain. In which case, order extra.
We got stuffed crust that'll make you rethink your whole sexuality. Cheese pulls longer than Dough's rant about crust thickness ratios. And toppings stacked like Queen's OnlyFans inbox.
So grab a slice or 3, eat like nobody's watching, or turn on your camera and make some money while you do it.
44th Parallel Pizza. We don't deliver, but we definitely finish.
Shut up and take my money. Shut up and take my money.
Love it.
Stacked like Queen's OnlyFans. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Solid.
Welcome to ad reads. This
Ghost Reaper said he's trying so hard not to lose it on this beach he's on.
those spicy. Send me that pizza now. On my way. I just changed my name to Pizza Malibu. I'll be right there. Lord have
Everyone's
mercy.
like, we don't care about the pizza. Where's Queen's OnlyFans link?
It does not exist. I'm gonna spoil this for all of you. It does not exist. There's a pseudonym. Okay. So back to wholesome, wonderful, sweet questions real quick. Let's start with this one. What's something you've learned about yourself through your content creation and streaming?
Something I learned. That's a great question. I'm definitely a little better at being light on my feet than I thought, not in a literal sense, but metaphorically. Kind of rolling with it and kind of going with the flow. Through a lot of my life, and I mean, even still to this day, I'm somebody who really likes to have their things, planned out, mapped out. But I normally I set a time for the schedule. I don't even normally follow my own schedule on here for the most part. I say 5 my time, and I'm normally up by like 4:30. I just kind of roll with it, and in that same breath, I kind of roll with what comes at me, and that plays a lot into talking with the chat and being a personality.
So when you're talking with chat and doing the things you do versus your home life now, when do you feel more like yourself, on or off camera, or both? Because you kind of described a little bit.
I would definitely say it's a combination. I don't really put on like a persona, when I come on here and do this. I'm like I said, I'm Doe outside on the street. I'm Doe here in front of the camera. The biggest difference, I guess, would be I guess I have to care a little bit more about like presentation and what I'm doing when I'm live, compared to when I'm just kind of out and about. I do not normally dress up for anything. Normally, I'm in sweats and a t-shirt. No matter where I'm going. I'm just not big on doing the presentation and stuff like that. When I get on stream, I do the hair a little bit, and all that. I don't do it when I'm going outside. I'd say that's like probably the biggest difference is my presentation. But yeah, no, Doe is the same on the street as he is right here.
When did the headband become a staple?
So the headband came in after we hit the first like real big major sub goal, and that was to have the chat dye my hair. I'd never dyed my hair before. It was not something I was like super into, but a couple of the big donors at the time were like, what would that take, and I was like, I don't know, what about 100 subs, because at that point doing this, I was probably like close to 2 years ago. I was like, there's no way. There's no way you guys are going to raise 100 subs in here. I'm not going to have to go dye my hair. And it took them like 3 or 4 days and they made it happen. So I went to, well, my, I don't know how to describe it. My aunt, I call her my aunt. She's not really blood related, but I call her my aunt. She's a hairstylist. She does my hair. She was 100% on board with it. She kept warning me though. She was like, "Are you sure? Like, we're gonna bleach your hair. We're gonna bleach blonde your hair and then dye it and all that. It's gonna take a while to grow back and blah blah blah." I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I had always worn a hat when I would go live. I always, wore my DoughsLife hat when I streamed. So I had not done anything else with my hair before. So we were doing the hair up, and I just had nothing on my head, and I'm just like, I'm looking at myself, and I'm like, bro, there's a lot of space here. Like, I don't like. We have to do something about this. But at the same time, the color of the hair was like a seafoam green. It was almost like this in the background here, and I was like, I just had this like yellow like tape stuff, and I was like, bro, what if I was like ninja? And I was playing Fortnite, so I was like, man, I'll just wear this headband. And then I did that for a couple of days, and I was like, what if I had like custom like headbands? What if I just wore like custom headbands while like my hair was dyed, you know? And I also couldn't do the green screen because the hair was green. So I actually have still on the wall right here a photo backdrop. That one came to me as a solution to the green screen thing. I have the photo backdrop over here, literally like stapled to my wall that we use. But that is the origin of the headband, and it just stuck around. I was like, forget the hat. Just this feels better anyway. More airflow.
So
I think-
Bourbon and I made that same mistake one time. We were like, you guys won't get there with subs, and then we ended up with these.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at that.
He's not going to show the nipple piercings, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do it.
TOS.
Well, it's crazy to me, like from that standpoint, your community really rallied, and frankly, let's be honest, that's a sign of a good streamer when your community rallies behind and they want to see you succeed and they make it happen. In essence, it's either because they want you to succeed or they want to torture you. There's never like a middle ground. So
it's normally a combination of both. It all depends. We've done so many different sub goals and challenges for the stream. And obviously we stick to the rule of no physical harm or anything like that. But one of the fan favorite clips is the wifey and the little one hitting me in the face with a pie. There was I let wifey crack an egg on my head and then dump a bucket of water on me. So normally they're fun challenges that like really don't do a whole lot. I would say like the closest we got to like a real torture challenge, but was kind of fun was doing the Buffalo Wild Wing challenge. So that in itself presented a challenge of how to get the stream to run while I'm out live and figure all that out. So that presented a challenge, but it's a combination of both. People love to see obviously us in weird situations, but people obviously they support us, and we appreciate them for that. That is
according to
where the little
Rampage,
robot
you have
hides under
robot sides.
Rampage, I love
There's
that.
no robot. No robot.
I mean, in all fairness, wasn't it like the whole face opens up though, and the robot's inside or the aliens
Oh,
inside
right,
in Black
right.
Style?
So you took on the Blazing challenge. How did that go for you?
We did it. And the girl that was recording it, I think she said that was like the fastest like she had seen somebody do it since she had been working there. And I was like, because I had done it before with my coworker. Me and him when I was working at UPS. We took my wife, his girlfriend, out. And like I don't know what it was, but like me and him were like, man, we could do that. It's nothing, right? Like this, we could, right? Like we didn't plan for it or anything, and then we did it and we finished it, both of us, and we were like, oh man, so like we get a T-shirt or something. They're like, oh yeah, the T-shirt's like $10. It's like, you don't give us the T-shirt, we have to buy the T-shirt. And they're like, yeah. And so I was a little burnt after that, and so even though I had done it once, I was like, I'll go do it again, and I'll do it on camera if that's something y'all want to see. And that's what they wanted to see. And actually, I got this headband for doing it this time, and I didn't have to pay for it.
There you go.
Gave it to me. So yeah, we also tried to do a giant burger challenge. It's 10 pounds of burger, or is it 5 pounds? 5 pounds of burger. Yeah, we failed that one. It's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of food.
Yeah, heat is one thing. I can handle heat. I love spice, but yeah, that was too much food for me.
Urban and I we tried a pizza challenge twice. We failed both times. massive pizza. You get
Big old
45 minutes to eat it. The slices are, you know, about that long and as wide as my head.
You ever do Costco pizza?
Oh yeah.
It's big. It's 2 of those.
2 of them.
At,
Oh wow,
at least 2 to 3 Costco pizzas.
that's
They sent me
a lot of
pictures, and I was
pizza.
like, "What in the holy hell are you eating?"
That's
like-
a lot of pizza.
So it's a 32-inch pizza.
Oh, jeez,
It's
massive pizza.
like the table. It was like running off the sides of the table
Right,
in the box. It was no.
craziness.
We had I think it was like a 10-pound burger in Superior, Wisconsin when I'd drive through there for college. That like there was a place that had this big gigantic burger, and all I could think was like, that's like the size of a freaking child inside of you as a female if you're pregnant. Like who has room for that just for digestion? Like, I mean, we get there by growing over 10 months. You're gonna eat a 10-pound burger and then where'd it go?
It's a lot of food. It really and it's one thing to like hype yourself up and be like, man, I could do that, you know. And we got the patty down, but then it was 2.5 pounds of bun and lettuce, and yeah, it was game over.
There was 2 of you doing it
No, by myself.
by yourself. Oh, you did it by
Yeah,
yourself.
it's a solo challenge. You're not supposed to have people help you. Yeah, they'll do multiple challenges at once, but it's a solo deal.
So no competitive eating for you.
Nope.
Okay.
You got a spice challenge. I'm all for it. We've done plenty of those. Well, I don't know. You guys ever seen the little nitro gummy? Oh, you know what?
Oh yeah.
Those. Yeah, this little guy, this little crazy bastard.
No, that looks like death. I'm good.
It is 9 million scones.
How does it compare to those cheese balls that are like ridiculous? They're like, there's these like cheese balls that people have been eating, and they're very like they're in the million Schofield, and all I can think is I like my gut more than you people like yours.
I don't know if I've seen a cheese ball. I would have to look it up, but
It's gross.
it's very hot. Yeah. And we didn't have any milk. We didn't have no ice cream. That was another one where the community hit a sub goal, and it was impromptu, and we just went with it. I've had my brother come on stream and try it. He failed it, and I had my best friend come over here and get on stream and try it. He also failed it.
Have you ever tried
because-
the devil's toe sucker?
No, but that has been discussed. As another possible challenge.
No, see, nothing you're saying sounds fun to me. By the way, they're called Carolina Reaper cheese balls, and they are 2.2 million Schofield.
Interesting. Do you just do one of them, or do they have like a little package of them?
There's like a whole package of them on Amazon. Yep. Yeah. It's literally the whole package is like 2 ounces of they're like the cheese balls you get in the big containers.
Oh,
I don't know. I've seen people do those, like when you guys do those kind of like spice challenges, I just kind of have to tune out because my gut has sympathy pains for you guys when people do those. Like if you're gonna drool and look like an invalid because you've destroyed your mouth, I don't want that kind of sympathy pain. I'll be honest.
Right. 100%. I mean, I kind of do like a conditioning, I guess, because I put hot sauce on everything. I don't want to say connoisseur because that sounds like I have like a million hot sauces, but I am constantly checking out new hot sauces because it's something I like, you know. So I'd be putting it on everything.
I got you.
It don't really matter what it is, you know. It can use some hot sauce.
Okay. This is not product placement. This was not planned. But if you like hot sauce, this is one my dad had, and he passed away, and I kept it, and I let my son try it, and then we dumped out the rest of it because it's not happening. And it's called One Fucking Drop at a Time.
Oh Lord.
And when you get it, It has a dropper, not a pour. It's got a fucking medical dropper because you're not supposed to use so much of it. So,
Interesting.
yep, also available on Amazon. I don't work for Amazon, just so we're clear.
I'm gonna write
But I
that
kept the
down.
bottle because it was so funny. I had to leave it up on a shelf. So if you're a connoisseur, I also have a connoisseur in my house, and he's 15, and I'll send you some good ones he likes.
Written down.
Nice. All right. So now that I'm hungry for my pizza, and I've got hot sauce pizza, and I keep looking at it. What about now? So it's actually kind of funny. This is actually going to be a little kismet because you talked about burning your mouth, but now I want to get you to give advice to young streamers to avoid burning out too fast.
That's a great one. I noticed that when people are first starting out, and I'm guilty of this too, is when you're first starting out and you're getting going, and you turn it on and you start gaming, and you just do that. You just turn it on and you just game all day, and you film it on the stream, and you just do that every day. Every day you get on, you turn it on, you go to game, you get like 13, 14 hours in. Um, and just doing that every single day, it will burn you out. I know people can, do that. But if you're just starting out, eventually you're going to start looking at it and you're going to be like, well, I'm on, 13, 14 hours a day, playing, streaming this, nobody's coming in here, do I need to do more, and that's always been something that I always try and tell people to stay away from. Don't play all day every day. Set aside some time to do the stream. Watch your own stream. A lot of people hate it when I tell them that. Go watch your own stream, and I almost guarantee you will see something that you can improve on. And that's part of it too. Is the ever changing atmosphere of the streaming. If you're constantly, if you just take time, just a block of time, do your stream, figure out what you can do to improve, and then continue moving that way. It's a great way to not burn yourself out, because if you're just doing it for hours and then you sit there and you compare yourself to, Kai or a Jinxie out here, and you're like, man, I'm doing this more often and longer than them, and I don't got nobody coming into my stuff. It's quantity is not always better. Quality is normally the route to go.
And if you don't like watching yourself, what is there a backup to that? Because I really wouldn't. I don't think I could do it. I would be so cynical at everything I did and been like, "Oh, that was stupid. That was stupid. Shouldn't have done that."
Have some people close. Have some good friends. Or family even. I used to have my mom come watch my stuff, and just half the time she had no idea what she was getting herself into. But she would ask questions, and then when she would ask those questions, I would stop and I would be like, I don't really have an answer for that, but you're right. Um, it's all about just getting the feedback is half of it. Being able to improve upon, take that, into consideration without taking offense, and using it is massive. Um, and I totally understand, like I watch my own stuff. I don't like the sound of my own voice, and I know that that's something that a lot of people have. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's a phobia or an affliction, whatever you would call it, but sometimes I'll mute it and I'll scrub through and I'll check and see something, did I miss something? Is there something I can do better? This is my 2 cents on that.
I'm one of those guys. I don't like the sound of my voice either.
It's a discongruence with what you hear when you talk versus when you listen to yourself. So like you've gotten, it's like it's an auditory thing where you've gotten used to the sound of your voice, and then when you listen to it something else, you're like, that's not my fucking voice. That's an imposter. That's not my phone. That's my voice. So it messes with your brain. My friends are all trolls. So do you have backup advice to that? Because my friends are trolls and would give me wonderful advice, but would troll. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, is that your mom? Is that your mom in chat?
Mama's
Is
here.
that your mama?
Is it?
It says Doe's mom.
That is her. Hello.
It's Doe's
Hi.
mom. Aw.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
We were
We was
making
just talking
plans.
about you. It was nice things.
We were making some plans for the weekend. They were asking me about Friday, and I had mentioned like, oh no, I'm going to be on a podcast. I'm doing this stuff. Why didn't you tell me? I am right now.
Right now, I'm telling you.
But
I'm a little jealous right now. You saw me having to drag my mom in here to meet 4 people like before this, and she's like, "Nah." You want to be my mom, Doe's mom? Will you adopt me? Because my mom doesn't like my streaming stuff. Can you and Mama Goody just adopt me and I'll have 2 moms?
She absolutely is one of those moms. We were one of the houses where, the kids would just come to hang out. It would just exist there. So second mama to a lot of the friends growing up. That was her MO.
It doesn't surprise me with your demeanor and like your care for people and kindness that you were raised with kindness like that. So Doe's mom. Seriously.
Absolutely. I'm kind of hurt by your mom. She talked to me fine the other day, but now it's a big problem.
She's also really cranky at me today, okay, in all fairness. So like it's my fault. I'm the problem.
Oh, all right. Well, fair.
Just blame me. That's what we usually do, right?
I mean, every day.
Every day. I'm used to it. Okay.
It's always Amy's fault.
It is. That is. That bitch does crazy shit. I'm known as queen though, so not me. I did nothing.
Yep.
Very fair.
So you've given the advice on how to kind of maintain not burning out. And I know it was probably a long time ago because you're so old. I'm mocking a little bit because, 27. In my mind, you're still a baby. Don't take that offensively.
My daughter has called me old. She's called me every name under the sun. I'm used to it.
My kid called me fat today at the doctor, so I'll take old over fat.
Got both.
So I know you said it was like 8 years ago, and you really started ramping up within, more recent years. But when you hit that go live for the first time, what was going through your head?
When I first started doing this, the focus that I had, that I feel like a lot of people have, like when they first do it, is I kind of understood that people weren't just gonna like pop up into my stuff because I'm playing a game. My focus was like, how can I be like really good at like what I'm doing? Like, how can I like Fortnite tournaments? When Fortnite was just getting big and they first started doing like competitive stuff, I was like, man, like I need to be like good at this, So I was focusing really hard on like being as good as I can in those games. Madden, I used to play a lot of Madden. Me and my buddy did a deep dive not that long ago. The amount of money that I've spent on Madden is one thing that I will not share. But I was like, man, if we could like get into like tournaments and stuff, like people would absolutely tune into our stuff and want to watch us, because we'd be those guys, Obviously that didn't pan out. Great thoughts. Not the way that it worked. But when I first went live, that was my mindset. I wasn't thinking about presentation. I wasn't thinking about how to be a better entertainer. I was just focused on my gameplay.
And were you good?
Good? Yes. Good enough to be ranked? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely.
So after you took your break, how did your mindset change when you picked up streaming for the second time?
Well, so at that time, like I said, my daughter was like a month or two when I first started trying to do it. When I picked it back up, she was about 5 or 6 years old at that time. Um, a lot in life had changed. I had been through multiple different career changes. I, everywhere. It's at 27, it kind of surprises people when I lay out the resume. They call it kind of like a journeyman. Been everywhere, done everything. Um, and I learned just a lot about life. You grow up fast when you're trying to raise a tiny human, um, and just a lot of the things that I learned in life, I brought with me to the stream. Um, so I would definitely say that that was the biggest thing, because I mean the from point A to point B, in between the time gap, that was really the biggest thing that changed. I still sort of had that mindset of Warzone was really popular, and I was like, man, we had the most Warzone wins. This would definitely work. And it took a little bit of getting out. Discord was massive. For all that.
So with that being said, when would you say the moment was when you realized like, hey, I'm a streamer now. I'm actually doing this.
Yeah, that's a great question. Um, it's kind of hard to pinpoint. I was actually going back and looking at some of my old VODs, like some of my old clips, like cleaning some stuff up. I definitely think like you can see there, like because I was constantly like I was studying other people. You know what I mean? I was watching and I was always trying to improve my stuff. And you can see like the progression through like the VODs and stuff like that. I would say I think the moment when I was like, I think I'm a streamer was right on the edge of uh, affiliation, because it was something in the back of my mind, like for the 5 or 6 years that I hadn't been able to do it, and then coming back to it, and I was like, I'm right there. And then when I finally got that letter, I was like, oh my god, like this is real. This is what's happening. Not fully grasping the concept of affiliation. Knowing what I know now. I'm not taken away from younger Doe at all. Proud of everything that was done, but that was just the tip of the iceberg.
And you kind of talked about you studied other streamers.
Yeah.
So when you started, who inspired you the most? Uh, who did you look up to?
I mean, like Ninja for sure. As generic as that sounds, like Fortnite was getting big, but he had already had a presence. I really wasn't watching Twitch or streamers like that. YouTube, Facebook, were popular, and you would see clips from people, but the most prevalent at that time was him. And yeah, I would watch that, and then my buddy, he was trying to do it at the same time I was, and he would send me clips from other people, people that I didn't really know, but I would watch them, and I would see what they were doing, and I was like, I'm seeing things, I'm seeing what would you call it, connections, correlations here. They're doing the same thing. That must be something that works. I need to start looking into that.
And then you also mentioned how huge Discord has been, and you run your own Discord, Dopad. So
Yeah.
what does Dopad mean to you, and how did that become a part of your identity?
So that also goes back into childhood, early adolescence, kind of. Um, my mom raised me and my brother. That was the dynamic. And me and him shared a room for as long as I can remember. And I think I was about like 13, 14. I was like getting ready to go into high school, and I was like, it's getting cramped. Like I need to, I need space. And we had a detached garage connected to the house. It was a detached garage where there was like a separate laundry room with a door, and then it was just a wooden box. It was like enough to fit like a sedan inside of, right? And it was just wood. Like there was no drywall or nothing in it. It was wood, concrete, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna move in here. I'm gonna move in here, and this is gonna be my room. Like I'm gonna live in the detached garage. Like this is gonna be it. Um, and for like the next like 6-7 years, I lived in that thing. And me and my buddies dragged couches in there. We had a table. We mounted the TV on the wall. Um, and they, people would be like, hey, are we going to Doe's Pad or what are we doing? That's just kind of what we called it, Doe's Pad, So that was the congregational area, we'd all, kick it, we, smoking up and all that, that was the meeting spot,
I haven't heard that
That's
phrase in forever. Kick it. Holy hell.
Yeah, we were kicking it.
kicking it.
Been a-
I've
been a minute.
meeting people around. I've come to learn that a lot of the lingo that we have here has died out in other places, or is making a comeback. I guess you could say. Because I mean, I come across it all the time. Because I'll say something and somebody else. What do you mean by that? I'm like, no. Like I'm from Cali. It's not. Oh, okay. No, I got you. I was like, okay. It's like, I'm not speaking another language, but I
mean,
guess.
but you are though. You are.
But
in a
I am
sense.
though. So yeah, that's another thing. That's another big thing is connecting with people around the world, and even just across the way. Over on the East Coast, it's sometimes two different worlds, but we're all doing this streaming thing together. So it's a crazy experience.
It does make the world feel a little smaller, doesn't it? Just a tiny bit.
A little bit.
So would you say that your transition with the Discord, affected like the community? Because I want to know how your brand evolved from just going to stream to a whole community.
So it's yes, a big part of it. So like when I was just doing the streaming without getting into these Discords, these communities, these different things, it was really just like me and my buddies that were doing this. They would come in and basically we'd just be like joking in the chat. Like my buddy would like mess around with me, be like, oh, Mr. Famous Guy, like you say my name on the camera and stuff like that. It'd just be like joking around. And then as I evolved through these Discord communities. I mean, the very first Discord community I was a part of, I don't name them, I don't talk about them. Very, very toxic place. I still have some people from there that have come with me, followed me throughout those years. And that was at the very start, like 3 years ago. That community did help me make affiliate, and I'm thankful to them for that. But that's about it. Me and Rampage, that's where we met originally, was there. And I notice there's so many different places, all these different Discords, these different communities, amazing places full of amazing people. Certain people, click. Certain people don't, you know what I mean? And I almost kind of feel like, sometimes I'll breeze through somewhere and somebody cool comes along and we connect, and then it's almost just kind of like with the wave, they kind of just came with me, you know what I mean? And the Doe Pad wasn't even really a thing. I could probably look it up how old it is. I don't even think it's a year old yet. I didn't think I would have like my own Discord. I didn't think it was necessary or anything like that, because I was in all these communities and I talked to people in there and all that. But as we grew and as things were happening, and I'd have people ask, they're like, "Oh yeah, where's your Discord?" Like, so I can be updated, and see all your stuff and all that. And I was just like, make one, right? Like, how hard is it? And then I learned, a lesson there of it is pretty difficult to set up a good Discord.
Yes, absolutely.
And
You know what I
setting
mean?
it up isn't the problem. Maintaining it, like there's multi factors here.
Yep, 100%.
So I did just join your Discord.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna mock you for it right this moment, though. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I giggled because your very first question when you join your Discord is, "Did you read the rules?" And I'm like, "Fuck, I got a lie already." And then the rules are like the third screen. It made me smile. I was like, but it was cool because like you went through and like you selected things and then it brings you. Yours is set up very nicely with like where it brings people in and guides them in to like introduce themselves and explore. And I think that's a really you've done a good job setting yours up. I had to giggle about that first part though. It made me giggle. The first thing you did is ask me to lie to you.
So part of the thing when I was setting it up was they were like, oh, so like you could just set it up, or you could set it up with this new super duper cool like feature thing. And I was like, oh yeah, no, all that sounds cool. And they're like, yeah, you need this many channels and you have to have 3 questions that people answer when they come in here. And I'm like, I don't. Okay, did you read? Did you read? I was just like, I needed a question on there. I was like, yeah, did you read it?
You put a "do you breathe oxygen?" Because that kind of covers the bot question right there.
It was debated. You know what I mean? I was just thinking of things that I just needed words and a yes or a no in there. You know what I mean? It could have just said, Shaba Blue. It needed to be something. So yeah, read the rules, as redundant as it sounds. It was just like it came to me. I was like, yeah, that sounds professional. Yeah,
It made me giggle, but it is nice because as soon as you're like, oh, I have a Discord, I was like, oh, I don't think I'm in your Discord. I'm gonna go click in there, and then all of a sudden it started. I was like, okay, this is time intensive. I'll do it later, but I got the first part done.
Appreciate it. And that's I'm doing a lot better with the self promotion. But for a long time, wasn't really like self promoting, if that makes sense. Like I'm in the Discords, we do the community deals and all that, but wasn't actively like, come join this or come be a part of this, come hang out with me, any of that stuff. I was just kind of like, hey, I'm Doe. I'm over there if you want to see it or not. That was kind of
cool.
my it's cool either way. Because I mean, it was, but I've tried to do, not to an obnoxious level, but really promote myself and try and like, we want to do cool things. We want to grow, and the only way to grow is if I'm rocking my stuff. You know what I mean? If I believe in it and I'm like, this is a cool thing, you should come be a part of it. Otherwise, what's convincing people?
When I did pull up your link tree, and I was like, okay, you've got all sorts. You've got the Discord, you've got your Twitch, obviously, your TikTok, YouTube, Threads, Instagram, Twitter, and I like Facebook. Like you really you covered the bases to really do the grind on it.
And I even made sure I got my .com. When I did that like 2 years ago. I made sure I snagged my .com. I need to work on a trademark and all that. It's not 100% necessary, but you can never be too like safe. And that was another part of the whole DoughsLife thing. Was my original name and like all that stuff was Doughboy, and then like I had my area code, my name before, and I think like a lot of people do stupid shit like that. But I don't know if you ever looked. There's 1 million Doughboys on the internet. There's 1 million different Doughboys, and we all think that we're original. So when I decided, like, I had made affiliate and I was thinking way into the future, I was using my psychic abilities. I was like, I cannot just be Doughboy. That's not gonna work. And that's we had like a 3-week like brainstorm set. I probably bombarded the wife with like 100 different ideas of like what should my name be, what should my brand be, and then eventually we landed with DoughsLife because it's an encompassing thing. I'm Doe, but channel is DoughsLife. you know. So that was all part of that.
When I hear Doughboy personally, I think of Boys in the Hood.
I actually, it's funny. I literally have a long sleeve my buddy bought me a long time ago, and it's literally got Doughboy on the arms, and it's got an Ice Cube on the back.
Yeah, all
Oh,
I'm
that's
thinking about
awesome.
is the old school commercials with like the cute animated doughboy when he like pokes in the belly button. That's
Mhm.
literally,
Yeah.
I like my brain goes to cutesy places
Mhm.
on this stuff. So
I do have the Pillsbury Doughboy as my follower alert. He does the shuffle on the screen. It's got Party Rock Anthem that plays.
now I'm gonna have to unfollow you and refollow you next time you're live. It's gonna mess up my followage and it's gonna piss me off. I need you to know that, but I think it might be worth it to see it. You could just trigger it for me to be nice, but I'm
I
guessing
could absolutely
I could
absolutely
ask
do
you and
that.
you would
Yeah.
because you're kind of overly nice to me and people. You're so nice. Why are you so nice? I need trolled better.
It's just easier, you know. Like I said, it's easier, you know. And like I said, I can absolutely turn it on when I need to. Like if we get into a competitive situation, I'm a massive trash talker. I can definitely dish it out. But just more often than not, it's just kind of easier to just be genuine, you know. If I do feel a certain kind of way, I will tell you, you know. But for the most part, I'm just kind of carefree with, you know, the vibe.
Kindness is free. No. Potato wants to know what's the worst name you came up with. Got Dough's Life was the winner, but what was the worst? And Dough's mom and Dough's wife, you absolutely can answer this too. You may not agree with him on what was the worst one.
Bro, I came up with so many ones. I honestly I can't even like any. It was always variations of like dough. It was like dough something like I was like Dough Inc. like Dough Enterprises, the dough. You know, but I can't pinpoint like exact like one that would just pop in my head of like this one was absolutely tragic, but it was on my mind. Um, but if it has something to do with a group, a company, an affiliation, I probably put dough in front of it and said it out loud to see if it would stick.
The real Doughboy.
Yes, actually. No. One of my things was the real Doughboy Gaming. That maybe that can count as the way it was the real Doughboy game. Because I again early on in the streaming, I was like, man, that's enough. That's enough to set me apart. Not thinking that's an entire mouthful of words. You know.
I feel
I'm trying to
attacked.
figure out if your mom is saying that TBD was a name that was like a
Oh
potential
my
name.
goodness. So this was before I was Doughboy. My OG name for like accounts and all that was T-Bird, but missing the I. It's T-Bird and then 157. That was my handle on everything. And that was before I was Dough. So that's a throwback. I didn't even think of that one. That was a long time ago, but yeah, that was the original name. Because I had never thought about like a nickname or an identity. I had just gone by my name at that time. You know, I was just that was, you know, oh, calling me by my name, you know. But then that was the first time I had picked something to be like, you know, I'm going online. Like I'm not putting my name as my username. That would just you know how it is. But yeah, T-Bird.
Wait, is it for the car or some other reason? I need to ask if like, are we a car enthusiast?
No. My buddy was the same but with a different number. So I basically just copied him.
Okay.
Yeah. There's not, yeah, no story behind it. I was just
So that whole like nothing's original anymore. Really, you know, you started.
mhm.
Gotcha.
Yep. I'm guilty
That's
of
funny.
it, you know, just the same as anybody else. It, you know, it's just one of those things. You know, I had not been, you know, super online. This was like my first introduction to it. And he's, yeah, man, I got this username. Check this out. And I was like, That works. That works for me.
I'm gonna
Um,
go ahead and be Goody from now on. Goody 6.9 will be
Yep,
my
that's
new
you.
username.
I,
Mhm.
you know,
I like
take it
this.
Well,
back.
you know,
Right?
you owe like 37 twerks at this point.
That's unfortunate for 37 people who've redeemed twerks because, you know, I'm just going to find 37 people who've twerked and send them videos of those people twerking.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, Doe, I need a twerking video, please. Sorry.
Ooh. Sub goal.
There.
Question mark?
See,
Hey.
there you go.
Hey.
There we go. Doe's wife, I need permission to make this a sub goal so I can send it to people who redeem on goodies. Thanks. So we know kind of how you evolved into this. And one thing I think we're already seeing a lot of it, but what do you think separates you, DoughsLife, from other creators out there? Like what really makes you shine differently?
So that's always a hard one because I mean when you really talk about like the streaming space and all that, it's a lot of it's a lot of similar ideas. People like really will. I in even in my case, I'll have an idea that I think is super solid, super original, and somehow, some way, I'll see somebody else had a similar idea like within that same time frame, and I'm just like, man, it is hard. It is hard to come up with originality. It's almost like I don't know if you ever seen the South Park and the Simpsons thing. They always say the Simpsons did it. Simpsons already did it. You know, somebody's done a variation of something that we want to do. So in what separates me, I really try to lean heavy into like the true variety with the gaming. Very much anything is on the table with that. Sports games, FPS. Yes, says yes.
I got permission,
We
just
got
so you know.
we got
Oh,
approval.
okay.
We got
Yeah.
approval for you to twerk, for me to pay my twerk fees with your twerking. I
Okay.
want to make sure you saw it right away.
If she says, but yeah, the true variety I really lean into heavy because I really do want to as hard as it is to stand out as somebody because I've seen it with my own two eyes where I play something for a solid minute. I play something for 2-3 weeks, and I have a bunch of people that start coming in and they love it and they want to see it. And then when I transition, I sometimes I lose those people, and it's one of those things. But I really do try to stand on that. I do a lot of everything. If I want to play something, I play it. You know what I mean? I do try and plan things out, but I'm not locked into any one thing. And then another thing is my presentation. I always am trying to make my things better, almost to a detriment. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist. My transitions, my scenes, my chat bot. I'm actually planning this summer on tearing that thing apart and rebuilding it from scratch, making it better. Because I like it. I like incorporating the tech elements, and I'm getting better with the visual effects. You know what I mean? And I really do take pride in that, and I like to think that it does sort of set me apart when people come in and they see like the things that I do. Like when we brainstormed the raid trailer, that was a big thing. Where people they come in and the video plays and they're watching it and they're just like, oh my god, this is incredible, and the production on this, oh my gosh, and it's that's a big thing, when people come in for the first time and you want them to be blown away by what they're seeing, you know what I mean? Because there's so many people out there doing similar things, so those are two things that I definitely think we do that that separate us.
you mentioned the variety
Mhm.
and just playing that. If you, I'm sure this is a question somewhere down in the deep, like back other area, but if you had to pick one of those games, one game to play for the rest of forever that you were going to master and it was going to be your swan song and it's literally everything you were going to do from now till done, what would it be?
Are we talking series or singular game?
Oh, for Christ, why are you making this complicated? One game.
One
no,
singular game.
Okay, is a series one game or is it multiple games, sir?
It's multiple.
There we go. One
Okay,
game.
right. Yeah. That's fair.
For the rest of your life, what would it be?
I'm gonna have to say Minecraft if it had to be one singular game forever.
Okay.
Because really your imagination is the limit on that. I mean, they've dragged Pokemon into it. They've dragged, dragons into it. I mean, you can do anything on there. And I was born too early for the Roblox trend. I know the kids all love Roblox, and it's in a similar fashion of whatever you can think of, somebody's done it in the Roblox. I'm gonna have to go with Minecraft.
I think it's a good answer. I
It
mean,
is.
because you're not wrong. There is literally there is no I mean, there's a finite end to a world necessarily, but like really you can do anything with it. I hadn't really thought of that one as like a, is it weird that I don't think of that as a game? Like I think of it as like
it's a lifestyle.
Okay, I play it in creative and I just build shit with my kids with like freeform with no, I don't go after, like I don't play a story mode. I just build shit. So like I don't think of it as a game. I think of it as like a stress reliever, if that makes sense. So
that's the beauty of it, you know.
What would your series answer be? I'm curious now.
Okay, so if Minecraft's out of the question, one game forever.
No, he said series. Nope, a series.
Oh, a series of games.
He's gonna give you what you were wanting to answer now, because
Pokemon.
There's a
Pokemon?
Yeah, Pokemon. That one's easy. Pokemon is a mainstay. I don't think it was the first game I ever played, but yeah, Pokemon has always been in the repertoire. Spin-offs, main series, everywhere. Just always loved the idea of it. But yeah, if I had to pick one, and also there's, I don't want to say hundreds of Pokemon games, but there's plenty of variety in that. So
I've never played any of them, so I'm gonna break your heart right there. But
fantastic games, but they are not for everyone.
They Pokemon came out a little bit after I was a kid, so like now if we're talking like Captain Planet video games and there was as many, I'd be all down for it. But
absolutely,
yeah. No, I've heard that answer from people too with Pokemon. It's definitely that there was one Pokemon game though that wasn't it. Somebody that came on here said was the worst game, and they were just sad about it.
I mean,
wasn't it Savage that said there was like there was one of the games was like a.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yes. So there was like one that was like a mainstay, one that kind of flopped and was not what everybody was hoping it would be.
They have been dropping the ball as of late. The most recent one, I mean, the Switch in general was a console. It allowed you to play the Nintendo games. That was about it. The emulated version on PC runs better. Obviously, it's better hardware, but the fact that they continue to release broken games, the newest one they released is full game, $60. And then they charged you another $60 for 2 DLCs on this broken game that people couldn't even play.
Wow.
And people buy it. I'm guilty of it. I bought it, Nintendo has kind of taken the money and run at this point. That whole Pal World thing was awesome, though. That was amazing because it kind of, I hopefully scared them a little bit. Hey, there's other games out there. People aren't just going to throw money at you forever. So hopefully the newer one, hopefully the Switch 2 and the newer games, hopefully they do better. That's all I can say because I will be buying them regardless. I'm a sucker for it. They've got me, but
You were
I
one of the
hope.
ones that paid $60 for the game and then paid 60 for the DLCs, weren't you? Okay.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
I was. I
Oh.
I guilty as charged.
So speaking of on all these games,
Mhm.
what was the very first game you ever hit go live with, and how bad was your experience with streaming and gaming at the same time for the first time?
It was Fortnite. Um, I had tried to record myself playing games before that, and I was gonna upload those to YouTube. That completely failed. When I went live on Twitch for the first time, it was Fortnite. Um, and it was I wouldn't say difficult because I wasn't watching chat or anything. There was nobody in my chat. So I was just playing Fortnite. But I did have that. I had a little webcam, so I had the camera on, and I was doing the whole thing. And my buddies would pop in every once in a while. So I was just playing the game. I think I wasn't fantastic at Fortnite. I couldn't build then. I can't build now. I'm so thankful. The reason I went back to Fortnite was because they put a zero build mode. I can't build. I just can't. I can build on Minecraft. I can build in survival games. If you tell me, build a tower to protect yourself, from gunshots, I can't do it. I can't do it. I crumble. I die. So it was rough. It was rough. I learned how to do the basics. And I play with my buddies, but I was not the greatest at it. But in that same time, I was also playing For Honor. I don't know if you guys remember that one at all.
Yep.
Yeah. I was pretty good at For Honor. I will say that. And that video, the very first edited video that I made is still on the channel, and it's Fortnite, or not Fortnite, For Honor. And it's a compilation video, and like I put some sounds in it, like a couple of like meme clips, and it was my first attempt at like putting something out there, like content wise. I never took it down. It's still up there, and it serves as like my very first attempt at that. But yeah, Fortnite, and I was not very good.
Is it similar to Fortnite or FPS, or is it? I've never heard of it, so
No.
I'm asking because I don't have any fucking clue what you're talking about.
So I don't even know how to describe it like properly. It was like, think like medieval fighting game against like people. There's like teams of 6, and you do like medieval combat, and you would have to like try and like block the other players and attack them. And the whole point was like you were either defending or sieging an area. It's
COD, but old like medieval COD.
Yeah, so you would have a sword and a shield instead of a gun.
Okay, that's kind of that. I mean,
It was
And
cool.
it was
It
an older game, or is it newer?
It came out around the time Fortnite came out. I feel like 2017, 2018. People
have to
still
look it
play
up.
it to this day. Yeah, people still play it. I have not played it in a long time. My account is still on there. It was just one of those games. I played it I do it a lot, especially with online games. I will play it until I've like unlocked everything there is to unlock, and then I never touch it again unless somebody asks me to come play it.
So you're a completionist, is what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
On my Xbox account, I was an achievement hunter. I think I have like 50,000 some odd like gamer score on there or something. I've eased up on it lately. If I beat a game, I'm satisfied with that. But it all depends on the game too. If I really like the game, I might 100% it. If not, beating the story is fine for me.
So being a completionist and kind of backing up off that, before you backed up off that and you were streaming, did you ever find yourself lost in the grind, and with how busy you are being a stay-at-home father, doing school? I'm sure that could be difficult. How did you put yourself back from focusing solely on streaming or focusing on streaming too much?
Yeah, so a lot of that had to do with understanding kind of how the space worked. I talked about it a little bit about just turning it on and just playing all day. I would do that. Like when I first started coming back to streaming, I had injured my back. I pinched a nerve in my back. I was unable to like stand up for more than an hour at a time without being like hunched over. So I was basically just like in the house, not doing anything. And I was definitely in that trap of just turning it on and playing for, 12 plus hours and then saying to myself and, telling other people like, if I do this enough, people are going to show up. This is going to work like this. And it really did take meeting and talking to other people that were in similar boats or had gotten past it to be like, okay, that's not the way. So definitely understanding that I don't have to be doing this 24/7 to be successful at it was definitely how I, eventually started, pulling myself back. It was a mental thing, putting it into a box, because you see all these streamers doing all this stuff and posting to YouTube, and you think in your head like, man, these people literally must never get off. Must just be all they're doing, but that's not the case. It's just how efficient you be with the tools that you have, you know. So definitely putting it into perspective was huge for pulling back and making appropriate times for everything.
And you see that with streamers a lot. Like that's really, you've got a really good point there. The efficiency at which you can do it.
Mhm.
There are some people who maybe don't have kids, don't have like this is their full time. So them being here 9-10 hours at a stretch is every day, 7 days a week. Cool. But then you get families and
Mhm.
kids and like work in
Absolutely.
there. Like you have to. So
Mhm.
that's so with that, have you
Real quick,
have you
Night Powered with
oh,
the follow. Let's
what
go. Thank you for that
what
follow.
I missed it. I apologize.
Nope, all good.
Grateful for the follows, clouds lifting like the smoke. Climbing up this ladder, each rung's a thank you note. Screen be popping, love spreading all around in this digital jungle where real friends are found.
Not me using those moments to take a bite of my pizza. Thank you, Night Powered, for my bite of pizza. So here's a question, and I'm curious because you've mentioned being a completionist. And I'm gonna guess a little bit, I don't want to call it neurotic because people think that's a bad word. I don't think that's necessarily always a bad thing, but you already said you're going to take apart your bot this summer and revamp it. And like, there's a little bit of a neurosis when you're like, I got to fix it. I got to make it better. I got to do this. Like you get stuck in that. And now you've talked about how efficient you can be. How do you measure the success you've had? Like, is it the internal feeling you're getting, or is it the external, the people coming in and noticing the work or attending the streams? Like how do you measure your success here on Twitch?
I definitely would say that it's a combination of both. Obviously, you have to feel good about what you're doing, right? I mean, if you're not, and it's another thing when I tell people, you have to be enjoying what you're doing, otherwise, other people aren't going to be having a good time. If you're treating this like a 9 to 5 and you get on and you're slugging it out and you're just like, well, I don't, whatever, that's the energy that you're presenting. I mean, we're entertainers. We're out here like presenting to people. So internally, I always feel accomplished when I finish something. When I create something, and it's done and it works, I do feel a sense of accomplishment. But I definitely would say that that's half of it, because the next half is how is everybody going to react to this? Are people gonna like this? Is something going to go wrong? Because 90% of the time, once you put something all together and you get it going, I'm sure people have experienced it. You go live, and immediately something goes wrong. Something breaks. You didn't think of something, and it happens.
Never had that happen.
And-
I'm sorry. Can't relate.
Maybe it's just
Yeah, okay.
yeah. But there definitely is. Maybe it's not half, but there's definitely a good part of it that it's like once I see that it works and I can see like the reaction to things that I'm like, it's validating. I didn't just spend 10, 12 hours working on this thing just for it's there's definitely a part of you that's like excited when other people are excited about something that you did. So I would definitely say it's a combination of both.
With that being said, did you ever find yourself at a time where things just weren't working out the way you wanted them to, and you were thinking about quitting streaming altogether?
Yeah. So I want to say it was like a few weeks after I hit affiliation. A few weeks after I hit affiliation, things definitely stagnated a lot. And I wasn't really sure. I had a whole lot of other things going on in my life. I did take like a 3 or 4 month break, and that was really when I had hit a peak with my other battles in life, and I needed to refocus, and I needed to figure out everything else that I had going on. And during that period, um, I wasn't really sure if I was gonna continue streaming. I hadn't been on stream. I hadn't even really been gaming in that 3 4 month period. I hadn't done it. Um, Obviously, I knew that at some point I was going to go back to gaming, but I was not sure if streaming was going to be something not just that I wanted to do, but something that I was going to be capable of. They say when you drink, it's a liquid courage. You know what I mean? I definitely had a phobia of public speaking, of being in the forefront. I mean, I wanted to do this, but something inside of me was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. So being able to come out here and, be my true authentic self after the fact, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it. So there was definitely a little bit of a internal monologue about that. But eventually I decided to give it a try and kind of fell back in love with it, I guess. Because once I started again, I set my sights and I was like, all right, if we're doing this, we're doing it. We're going somewhere with it. We're not just gonna meander around this time, you know. Uh,
Oh no, that's me. You
I
didn't
was
want
like,
to trip and fall. No. You know what? That nothing ever goes wrong. Shut up. I don't ever have issues. We already established this. I claimed it and said it. No, so you don't just want to trip and fall into the dark in success. Because basically, you think you're all both feet in.
Yeah.
You're invested now.
Yeah, I'm definitely a believer in don't do something half-heartedly. If it's something you really want to do, something that you have a passion for, go for it. Like throw yourself into it. Don't lose yourself, but don't half-ass it.
I was about to say, my dad used to say, "Don't be a half-asser." So, like, literally, like you said, it's half-hearted. I was like, "Oh, see, there's that sweetness about you again." Like, our words were much more,
Yeah.
aggressive to it. But no, you're not wrong. Which I think, from what you've described, you probably don't half-ass it, and chances are you probably over-ass it, like because you're gonna rebuild your bot, not in a mean way, but like,
Yeah.
you want to really like. You want it to be perfect. You don't want to put something out there that even like at 100%, something working. Is it really, or could you do better? Like, and that's
Exactly.
admirable. You
Yeah.
got to whole ass that thing. Exactly, Bourbon. Exactly. Whole ass that thing.
Absolutely. And it goes back to, the earlier conversation of, this is my product. This is what I'm selling to people essentially. You know what I mean? And if I'm putting something out there, it would be like if I was making something. You know what I mean? If I made, a shoddy, part for something and I sold it to somebody, my name's attached to that. Do I want my name associated with that? So it's pride in the product that I'm selling, which is the entertainment, the channel, the everything.
That's crazy. That's how I feel about my kids. I don't want my name associated with them, so I get that feeling. Hey, I made them. It works, okay? Technically, they are a product I produced.
No, it's very fair.
Created. So,
Very fair.
so I guess Goody, where do you want to shift this to the next section here? Because I want to dive deeper into things that are important to you. You want to go in order here to the next one, Goody?
Yeah, let's keep it going.
All right. So I've heard rumors about the charity you do on your stream.
Yes.
And so I guess I want to figure out, this annual charity stream you do. What inspired you to do it in the first place?
So being like doing charitable thing, I do a lot of things for a lot of people, like not just online, but in my daily life. You know what I mean? Perfect example. I told the wife about this. Before I was doing the stationary bike, I started walking 3 miles in town every day. And I would go at about 10 a.m. And I would walk, and it would take me an hour. I would walk down to the bay, and I would walk back. It was about a mile and a half down, and then a mile and a half back. I got flagged down by this elderly lady while I was walking, and she was like, "I need help. Like my girlfriend has a condition. I can't lift her, and I need help." And I'm just sitting here like, "I got you. I got you." I didn't really think about it. I went. And I went into the stranger's house, and I helped these people. And they thanked me. And from then on, they would wave and say hi to me. I don't go to charities or facilities and like spend time there, if that makes sense. That's never something that I've done. Donating to charities, sure, $5, $10 here, when I can spare it. So when the talk came around the holidays about doing a charity stream, I really put some thought into that, because I was like, it's not something that I've ever really done, and it's not something that I have experience in. But part of wanting to do new things and branch out and, like I said, don't half-ass it, was why not? Why not try this? Why not do this? It would be great to help. It would be great to, do something for somebody else around the holidays, with no expectation of anything in return. I thought that was probably like the biggest thing was, if you go physically to a location and you help out, it's almost like you're, I don't want to say expecting, thanks or praise or anything like that. Like it was almost like I wanted the anonymity of it. But we decided to put on a charity subathon, and it was for our local food bank here in our county. Really cool on Twitch that they were able to set that up. They have that option, but they also had ways to like do direct donations that weren't through Twitch for people that were hesitant and all that. So I had links all over to the site. We had all kinds of different things, and the subathon is not something that I'd done. Well, I've done the subathon before. That was something I wasn't a stranger to, but implementing it into the charity aspect was kind of interesting, because I had to figure out, okay, somebody donated $100 to the charity. How am I going to get that onto like timers or like towards goals and stuff like that? And what we ended up doing was I had a donor list on screen, and we had different goals, different like things that we were going to do at certain dollar amounts raised. Um, and it was something that we wanted to try doing, and it ended up being really successful. Everybody in the communities was super awesome about participating and helping us with it. Um, Basically, I was on here for like 18 plus hours a day, and then the wifey would take over for a couple of hours, like 4 hours, and I would go take a nap in the room, and then I would get up and I would come back. When I do the subathons, I try my hardest to not put something up and have like dead air. I put myself through the ringer because I feel like that's part of the thing of a subathon. It's tiring for me, but it's for a cause. So that's part of what I wanted to do. So a lot of it just stemmed from wanting to try something new, and by trying something new, also helping people at the same time. So that was kind of how that came about. And I definitely think for sure it's going to be a yearly thing, doing the food bank one. We actually had another one at the end of January this year. We raised money for veterans for the Stack Up project. That one was a little bit smaller. That one was only a day, but definitely open to the charity streams. Just something we kind of had to dip our toes into.
So with the charity streams, what's the first goal that you set?
Oh man.
And did you hit it?
Yeah, no, we hit quite a few of the goals. Some of them were game related. Other ones. Did we do the tattoos that time? So every time we hit a dollar amount, somewhere on my face or my neck or my arms, the little one put a temporary tattoo. And there's clips from it. I'm like, at one point I had to wear one of my sleeveless shirts because we were running out of face space. They started going on my arms. So there was a goal that was like the very first thing. It was like every like $5 or every $10 or something like that, temporary tattoo somewhere on the body. And then there were other ones, like I did like a Pokemon game but with a randomizer on. So like it was chaotic. It was something that we had discussed doing, but I hadn't done yet. There was horror games mixed in there. There's definitely, can't remember every challenge. I don't think we did a spice challenge on that one. Was there leg waxing on that one? I can't remember all the goals. I'm sure I have it written down somewhere, but those are just a couple of things that we were doing. Obviously, the donor list was one that kind of just came to me on the fly. I had like a rolling list of all the donors on the side of the page that just ran the entire time. Yeah.
Are there any ladies in chat right now feeling like every time we shave our legs, we should have it be a subathon goal if the guys want our legs shaved? Like, oh, you want the left armpit shaved? 20 loads of dishes. Oh, you want the right one? Garbage for a month. Like, I just feel like maybe we need to step up our game here. Just saying. You guys, you guys have it very differently than we do.
That actually reminded me that one of the bigger ones of the charity stream was I did shave the mustache and the beard completely off. At
How
the
did
protest,
wife feel about that?
At the protest of the wife, it was for charity. I set it pretty high, but they hit it, and I am a man of my word. So the mustache and the beard came off, and it took a little while to come back in full. But that was one of the big ones.
Who wants a mustache ride?
You're a braver man than me.
The wifey was like, "Is there anything else? Like, could you just do like the beard or something?" I was like, "Listen, if it's gonna inspire people to be charitable, to mess with me, let's do it." That was my thought process. And seemed to have worked.
That's the one I always giggle when people have on those for subathons, because it's usually somebody who's got an established beard, so it's always something that's, as soon as they shave it off, then it's all of a sudden everyone's going to be like, oh my God, what happened to you? Did you lose a bet? And at least you had a better reason. Like, no, we raised money for charity,
Right.
you didn't lose a bet.
Mhm.
So, but it definitely, I'm sure your wife, like it's a change for ladies when all of a sudden someone goes from, Santa Claus to prepubescent.
Little one preferred it though, which was interesting. Little one was like, I like that better. And I was like, interesting.
Too
'Cause
bad.
normally I do something and she's like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm just like, I can't win, but I love
you. I mean, yeah, that's
one of those things.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah. So for the charity, I don't think I'd go as far as shaving my head, but I guess the mustache and the beard can be gone in January.
I'm opposite.
You would rather shave your head?
Yeah, I did shave my head.
Oh,
You did.
There you go.
I'm never gonna put that as a sub goal. Y'all can piss off. I'm never gonna shave my head. Like, I don't care what you give me or charity. I just can't swing it. I can't pull it off.
$1 million.
No.
Upfront, tax free.
I will talk to Savage Queen and get her wig, like her wigs. Absolutely. Fuck that.
There you go.
Tax free $1 million? Absolutely.
Say,
Never mind.
I'll say what?
I'd be an idiot if I didn't, because I can buy wigs for that. But
yeah,
no. I mean, I've seen like the things that like
I'll
I think
wax
guys
my
have
head for $1 million.
Yeah, guys have it easier though. Like guys can pull off shaved heads easier than women can. I mean, I would shave my mustache for charity, but it's just so nice in the winter, just a little extra warmth. So, but it really honestly, like, we don't have it as easy to do things with hair. So that's an easy one for guys to be like, I'm gonna wax my legs, like I'm gonna shave my mustache. Like it's nice that you guys have those as possibility, but I mean, and truly and honestly, like it's still a sacrifice when it's something that you've groomed, you've taken care of. Like yours is very like squared off. Like you take care of your shit, you can tell. So
it's also due to the fact that this doesn't happen.
So there's no option for that. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's clean right here. So
okay,
that's what we work with.
I'm just
So-
a hairy man in general, personally.
And now listen, if I get rich and famous and you see this fill in, don't
Just
think
don't
too
talk
hard
about
about it.
I got you.
No.
Yeah, don't think too hard about it. But
we'll just call it Bruno and not talk about it.
if I win the lottery, I won't say anything, but there will be signs.
If I win the lottery, there will also be signs. But I think ours will be different.
So back to the charity real quick.
Yes.
What would you say the most rewarding thing about it is for you personally?
Well, obviously helping people. It just in general, just helping people when I can. Is definitely the most rewarding thing. Like I said, I don't expect anything out of doing, the charities or anything like that. I'm not doing it for recognition. I'm not doing it for praise or anything like that. I'm doing it because I want to do something to help people. And that at the end of the day, I guess, in a little bit of a selfish way, I really do get, that, good, warm, fuzzy feeling out of, doing something nice for somebody, whether they know it was me or not, I know, and I can feel good about that, so if it, is a little selfish in that sense, then sure. But yeah, I would definitely say just helping somebody else,
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I mean, you can say that's selfish. I don't feel like that's a very selfish thing, because at the end of the day, you're doing it to help others. So
right.
Well, and sometimes with that expression, like what matters most is what you do when people aren't watching. So,
Absolutely.
if you're doing it, charity is meant to be done without recognition. Like the definition of charity is without recognition. So that's kind of in line with that. So with that, like that mindset and everything you have to do, how do you mentally prep for the energy you're giving during those moments and those streams?
So definitely getting into the mindset of understanding that I'm most likely not going to be sleeping very much. That's something that I really have to like drill into myself, like get prepared, like, you know, as the day before I will just sleep like an extra, 4 or 5 hours if I can, just to make sure that I have the energy at the beginning. It's all like storing it for later on. But a big part of it really truly is the community. The community really does kind of lend me their energy when we're getting in there. The first, I want to say like 30 hours, like I can bang that out, bring me my coffee and, I'm raring to go, it's when it gets into, I think we were like at 4 days at the end of the charity subathon this last year. We were on like day 4 and like I was really winding down, I was getting tired, I can't remember what game we were playing, but I was just starting to zone out a little bit. And, I got all kinds of like alerts and stuff like that. They hit me with like the jump scares and they're like, wake up, you still got some more time left. And I'm like, I got you, but I definitely give a lot of props to the community for being there and being an active participant in the process. You know what I mean? I would definitely say that helps me.
Mm-hmm. That
Yeah,
makes sense.
I feel like having the active community there to keep you pushing, it definitely makes it easier in the long run.
So with that being said, let's talk about energy for a second, because we've been going now for about a little over two hours. We do have a video. There's a video prepared for you by Fire Exit. And, let's take a quick, we're gonna run away for a hot second and then play this video for you guys so that we can get refreshed drinks, bathroom breaks, bio breaks, whatever you need to do. Check on the monkey owls. Miss you, Burby. God damn it. Okay. So let's run it.
Stack crispy crust grind, living that DoughsLife, baby. Tossing pies, flipping streams, no cap. Dope boy in the kitchen in a Twitch scene. You dig? I came up off the flour and fire. Now I'm a wire, streaming late with the chat lit. Watch that follower number get higher. Started with a dream in a KitchenAid. Now it's overlays, Twitch raids, marinara haze. From the oven to the algorithm, I keep that heat consistent. They say you just a pizza boy, now my grind's resistant. Rising like yeast, no preservatives in my hustle. DoughsLife, where every slice got struggle and muscle. Every night I'm stretching bases in more ways than one. Stretching dough, stretching time, trying to get this bread and fun. Gaming with the squad, toppings on lock, pineapple debates in chat. Someone called a pizza cop. DoughsLife, roll it, toss it, live it out loud. Late nights, grease stains, serving up the crowd. It's that DoughsLife, pizza box and the stream dream. IRL or online, I'm still making that cream. Check the apron, flour dusted like my past regrets. But I flipped that crust, now I'm cashing Twitch checks. Used to slang slices on the side of the street. Now I cook content and pizza, still bringing that heat. Greasy fingers on the joystick, but my aim still steady. Put a hot pocket in chat, my community ready. Don't need fame, just flame, brick, oven, heart. I'm a chef with a stream deck, call it modern art. I got dough in my soul and mozzarella in my veins. Burnt once or twice, now I welcome the flames. You ain't seen hustle till you see me prep for raid night. while I prove dough in the back. Now that's a real fight. Dough's life. Roll it, toss it, live it out loud. Late nights, grease stains, serving up the crowd. It's that Dough's life. Pizza box in the stream dream. IRL or online, I'm still making that cream. See, they don't get it. This ain't just content, it's craft, it's blood, sauce and pixels. Ain't just about games, it's about passion, from crust to cam. I need the dough like I need the winds. Therapeutic when the dough rises, so do I. Poetic, maybe a bit esoteric, but the hustle, universal. Catch me in my apron, slicing through the commercials. I'm the plug for your cravings and your late night vibes. Whether it's anchovies or apex, I deliver both lives. From pepperoni power-ups to mozzarella dreams. I'm the dough father, baby, build my empire from steam. Dough's life, roll it, toss it, live it out loud. Late nights, grease stains, serving up the crowd. It's that Dough's life. Pizza box in the stream dream. IRL or online, I'm still making that cream. So when you drop in chat, don't just say hi. Say I came for the crust, stay for the vibes. Welcome to Dough's Life.
Love that video. That was amazing.
He makes
Oh,
some
yeah.
good damn things out there.
Yeah, funny enough, that's like pretty accurate to like what I would be wearing. Not a New York hat, but hat, t-shirt, sneakers. That's the daily attire right there.
What was ironic because when he put it up, all of a sudden I'm watching it and I'm like watching your head move as you're like swaying to it, and like they were like in sync for a minute. And it was like you looked just like the little guy going back and forth.
I do like my little vibe, you know.
Your little avatar, yeah, it
Mm.
fit. Everybody get their drinks. Everybody's good now.
Good to go.
Okay.
Duration.
Recharged.
I did shove a piece of pizza and a half down during that, so that helped. We need more follows, you guys, so that I can have more bites of pizza. Thanks, cool. Care less about the channel. I actually care about just eating the pizza. Kidding.
Wild.
I'm a selfish B word, okay? Like I like to eat my pizza, okay?
Get her out of here.
Get her out of here. Fantastic. I've been going for that pink slip, and I do mean lady in pink slipping into my arms. Okay. So going back to charity work and the things you do. Have you ever heard back from anybody who you've helped, gotten back feedback just about how something you did changed something in their life, positive or negative? I mean, because there's always the flip side of the coin in those kind of moments. But have you ever had somebody reach out to you and give you that feedback?
Yeah. So, funny enough, on both sides of that coin, I've definitely heard. I've heard plenty of feedback. You sometimes you hear from people days after the fact of like if you help them like move or something like that, or you hear from them. Online it's a little bit different. I've definitely had people message me like after. Sometimes I'll just start talking about the mental health and the not necessarily charitable deeds, but just being there for our fellow people, and just doing the right thing and all that stuff. And I've had people message me and be like, man, like I wasn't really feeling it today, and I listened to you for a while, and respect, and I really did need to hear that, so thank you. And it's little things like that I don't live for, but definitely warm my heart a little bit. But then on the other side of the coin, I've definitely talked about some things. Like if I like I said, if I really feel passionate about something, I will talk about it. And I don't always have the most popular opinion about things. And I've definitely had people reach out and be like, yeah, you're an ass, and I didn't like any of that. I didn't like what you said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I'm not sorry that I said it. So that's part of the deal with having a platform and free speech. It's not going to make everybody happy, but I've definitely heard positive and negative feedback about things, for sure.
So then how do you deal with the trolls or negativity in the community when that happens?
So I talked about a little bit about the bot raids, the hate raids. We've had quite a few, like enough that I've like gotten the protocol down for like locking the channel up and basically pretending like it's not happening. That's one of the things I need to work on. Like when those follow bots come through, it basically sends my entire streamer bot into whack for like the entire stream. When the messages come through, those are a little bit easier to deal with because normally you can block a term or two and that pretty much stops them. But basically just not giving them the energy, don't give them like the power, because that's what they want. It's a power thing, and they if somebody is messing with you, if somebody is taking time out of their day to try to get to you, it's a power thing. And so by not giving them what they want, by not giving them the reaction, by not giving them the energy, by not proving them right in whatever they think that they're trying to do, you take that power away from them. And at the end of the day, that's what that's about. So I always just tell people, just don't let it get to you. Just let it roll off. It's not an easy thing. And I wasn't always able to take that advice. I'm not perfect. People would say things to me, and I would absolutely let it get under my skin and let it fester. But if you're going to be up here, putting your face out there and doing all that, it basically comes with the territory. It's going to happen, and it could be somebody that you thought you've known for a while, or it could be some rando from across the world that you've never met before. That I got, I saw. I've been doing the YouTube pretty frequently, right? And I had a video that was doing pretty good, and I had somebody comment, and they were like, "Yeah, you look like 2025 Bam Margera." I was just like, I I don't know. Like, I'm assuming that was meant to insult me in some kind of way, shape, or form, but I didn't, and I was like, Thanks for the comment." What do you say to certain things? Like, it's just some random person online. Like, could I have like gone on the offensive and been like, "Who do you think you are?" Blah blah blah, and go onto their channel and type. Yeah, of course you can, but why? Why mess your zen up by letting somebody get to you?
I would have commented, excuse me, I have to Google that for a second to know who the hell you're talking about, because I actually don't know who that is.
Oh, bro, bring up a picture of 2025 chair.
Is he a bad person or a good person? Like, I don't.
So, have you ever seen Jackass?
In like, yeah, spurts.
So he was on that crew. He was also a pro skater, Bam Margera. He has really let himself go in recent years.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, he's looking rough.
I let myself go in recent years too. It's fine.
So that's kind of what led me to believe, because he specified it as 2025. I was like, all right.
It wasn't a compliment, is what you're saying. Got it.
Not at all. Yeah. But I will say, I mean, he rocks, shorter hair. He's got a goatee. He's a little chubby. It wasn't inaccurate, but I feel like it's even worse than this.
I mean, that's pretty.
I feel like it's even worse than this, though. Because I see people all the time. They'd be like, "Yeah, he looks like Phil now." You guys ever seen like Viva La Bam? That Phil was his dad. They're like, "Man, he looks like Phil now." But you laugh about it. I'm sitting here laughing about it. I'm like, it's hilarious, But it's the same thing when like the follow raids come in, and and the hate raids and stuff like that. It's like somebody was so bothered that they went and spent their money to try and bug me. Okay, you don't win, but I mean, now you're out however much money it takes to do that. So congratulations, I guess.
I've only seen a hate raid one time, and it was like the person, like you said, like you've now mastered how to shut that down.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be honest. If any of you want to destroy me, just put one in because I don't know technology. It will stay forever and ever. It'll be the gift that keeps on giving. So that's a good skill to have. That you know that now.
The shield button. If you guys have not checked that out, if you guys are streamers, go learn about the shield button. Set your settings up. The shield button is like one of the best things that Twitch has done in recent years to combat those things, because you never know when it's going to happen. But planning for it, just putting like the 2 minutes it takes to go and choose your settings on that shield mode, you press that button, instantly secure. It's you locking your stream down. It's a pain in the ass that you have to do it, but it is so useful. That KumaBot Defender and Suribot. Put these things in your stream if you don't have them. They are not a guarantee to prevent it, but they will absolutely make your life so much easier when it does happen. I haven't put an actual number on it, but follow raids, we probably had 4 or 5 of them. Like ones where people come in and spam things probably 2 or 3 different times. We've had that happen.
So what I'm hearing is a community night in Discord where you teach everybody how to do this to
I absolutely have no problem showing people how to set their things up. I've worked on a couple of like tutorial videos. I think that's something that I am going to be doing eventually, is putting out tutorials. I just have to figure out formatting, find the energy, the time. Over the summer, I think I'll have more, but be on the lookout for Dough tutorials.
When I think, knowing how to handle that, I think it's funny because like you seem like the nicest guy, and I'm like, why would somebody do that? Like I can't see. I mean, but like you said, like you have opinions and people don't always like them, and
Yeah.
So
And
it does make sense.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's even like hard to talk about without like people going, oh, who's he talking about or stuff like that. But like, let's say I do have an issue with somebody, or I do have a confrontation with somebody or something like that. Hardly ever will you ever see anything. I will not come out and say that person sucks. Do not. This is what they were doing behind the scenes, blah, blah, blah. Screw that person. I will never do that. I may have a beef with somebody, but I will never put it in the forefront. That is not for me. If I have issue with somebody and somebody else doesn't have issue with somebody, that's okay. You know what I mean? But I will never be the one to put it out there. And I think to a degree that bugs people, if that makes sense. Because I'm not giving them the satisfaction of getting into a public dispute over ideals. I just move on. And I think it bugs people that I'm angry about this. Why aren't you publicly angry about this? And I don't know. If I had the time and the energy, maybe I'd study it, but I don't have that time.
You're not giving them their 15 minutes of fame.
No, absolutely not.
And that's definitely something that affects people if they don't, like, they want to know they've gotten under your skin, because that's the reinforcement to like what they did was, had an effect. So
absolutely, validation.
That's So with that, do you? I always ask this question with people when they talk about having confrontations, because I'm just curious, morbidly curious. Sorry, but like when you have an issue with somebody, do you go to them first and then try and address it that way, or like do you address it like from like a community leader standpoint? So like if it was in a stream team, for instance, and like somebody had something happen, would you go to that person first and be like, hey, not cool what I saw, like I'm concerned about it? Or would you go to the stream team leader right away and be like, hey, like this happened, heads up, like
I definitely think that it has to do with what the issue is. If it is an infraction, I like you just if I'm going to use like legal terms, like it's a misdemeanor type offense, absolutely I'll talk to the person about it. I will absolutely have a discussion with somebody about it. Whether that proves fruitful or not, I mean, that's normally my go-to route. I don't really like, even in my real life, I do not like going to like a higher up or something like that, like even in like work and being like, this person's not pulling their weight or something like that. I would much rather talk to that person and be like, hey, come on now, can we figure this out? Like, or hey, that's not cool, but if they're committing, something or doing something that's like it's just unexcusable, it needs to be put to stop to, I'll probably do a combination of both. I'll let somebody up know, and then I will also go to them and be like, yeah, no, this is unacceptable, and other people are aware that this is unacceptable, so figure this out. I was a manager in I managed it was like a gas station, mobile market, and I was also a manager at AutoZone. And the number of things that I had to deal with, the gas station was the craziest. Because I mean, people would steal and do like all kinds. I had somebody steal an entire like box of lotto tickets one time, and it was one of those things where could we have called the cops and press charges? Yes. Did I want to go to that level? No. I got them back. They moved on. They were no longer employed there. But like, there's levels to it. You know what I'm saying? If they had harmed somebody, absolutely, that's you're gone. But there's levels. It basically the way that I look at it. It's not like a black and white thing. There's no one answer or the other.
With that and how you're so open in your streams, was there ever a moment that you had to set a boundary with some of the people in your chat?
Yeah, and that was pretty. I guess it wasn't like super recent anymore, but there was so we have the song requests in the chat, and there was a point in time where people were really abusing the ability to request songs, and I had like tried to be like real nice about it, because it wasn't just people requesting like weird explicit songs to like gauge a reaction. Like eventually it was like sound alerts, it was people screaming for 5 minutes, and eventually I just kind of, my gentle nudging of like, hey guys, like we can't really do this, wasn't working. And that was one time where I was really kind of finding my boundaries a little bit. And I kind of snapped a little bit. And I got serious. I turned the game off and I was like, yeah, I'm here for a good time, right? But this is a space for everybody. This isn't your, private joke area. If this is the stuff you want to listen to on your own time, do it. But we're not doing that here, and I had to kind of get stern, and it's not something I really like to do here. But I definitely did have to do that recently.
yeah, requests are it
can be dangerous.
Yeah,
I didn't know you could do request sound alerts. Risen's fucked tomorrow.
Well, so I mean, depending on, I want to get in trouble for anything, but I mean, if it's on Spotify,
It can be pulled.
it can be requested. It doesn't have to be a song. If it's on Spotify, if they don't have limits set, you could request an audiobook if it's on Spotify. Just hypothetically.
I feel like you're giving me ideas.
Allegedly. Hypothetically. I mean, it got to the point I have set up in my bot. Like I have word filters, right? That'll catch like specific words, and normally it's just like overtly sexual explicit stuff that people find in songs. But somebody found a way around that when they posted a link to the song request, and the song request would pull because my word filter wouldn't check links. So I actually have a system now where my bot will pull a song request link and wait for it to check or for me to check for approval before I send it through or deny the request. I actually had to sit down and code that into my bot because somebody found a loophole. And that was kind of, it was after that I kind of was like, I had just gone through so much effort to like try and not be this guy, and y'all really did that, and I just kind of, that was when I kind of snapped a little bit.
I mean, in all fairness, they are just testing the limits of your bot. So they're actually product testing for you,
Yeah,
which is really very kind of them. Actually,
Yeah.
if you think about it, flip the script a little bit.
yeah. I tried to look at it, you know, as many different ways as I could, but it got to the point where I had to say something, you know. And that did bring up a lot of questions about like healthy boundaries inside the stream and stuff like that. You know, because it comes in so many different forms and so many different levels. You know, especially, I mean, not to get too deep into it, but the disparities between like men and women, you know what I mean? Like you deal as a man with, you know, very light things in comparison to what a female would have to go through in the same space, you know, and I'm not blind to that, you know what I mean? But in a general sense, safe boundaries are absolutely something that should be established early within your community. Absolutely.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Although I feel like in some instances, women feel safer violating those boundaries against men because it's acceptable than for a man to do it against a woman. There's a big disparity there. You are not wrong. What men can get away with versus women is much lower, and what women try to get away with versus men is a lot higher. From what I've experienced thus far the last year of my life, you're not wrong. So what does this say? Well, I thought at least one of you would be a real one and be honest with us, the viewers. But all three of you are using more make-believe than Mr. Rogers and his neighborhood with those fake backgrounds. I'll prove my point. Go jump in that water behind you. Listen here. This is my fucking like dream board behind me of what my office is going to look like someday. If I take this filter off, I look like a fucking hoarder, okay? I need to be clear why Fire made this for me. So, and that is technically his backyard, not very far from it. I mean, just go swimming.
I'm gonna talk about this is my real setup right here. That's my Minecraft PC right here.
Nope.
And that's my other streaming setup.
I mean, as long as you sell your 3 shares to trolls, that's all that counts. Okay. 3 separate trolls. You've got to multiply the effect you're going to have. Okay. You're not my favorite person in this whole chat. I don't even know who the hell you are. Damn it. All right.
Yeah. I would absolutely get rid of the green screen, but it's actually kind of terrifying. It's just a long, dark, vaulted hallway behind me, so it's a little off-putting to people. I've had people literally say, like, when I joined like a Discord call with some people that I'm like, talking to or hanging out with, and I don't have my green screen up, and they're just like, oh my god, like, are you in like a horror movie? What is that behind you? It's just a long, vaulted, dark hallway back there. So it's usually it off-puts people. So I mean, this is almost like I'm protecting.
It's not as scary. In all fairness, no, I'm only actually being toxic against non-bridge trolls. So we're talking mountain trolls, rock trolls, river trolls, but bridge trolls are acceptable. So actually a subset of trolls, technically. Clarification. Had to woman-splain that a little bit for you. Yeah. Wants to walk down the creepy. Juicy wants to walk down your hallway. So I'm not sure how you should take that.
$5.
$5.
Five.
I'll let you walk down my hallway for $5.
Oh my god. You're fantastic, Goro. Okay. So obviously, you've talked about some of like the hate raids you've gotten or bot follows and things like that. But is there one stream that you'll never forget? I mean, let's either good or bad. Just one that you're never gonna forget.
Yeah, so there was one. It was just like a super unsuspecting night. We were just doing marbles. It was still pretty early on. I would say this is like it's getting close to being like 2 years ago, maybe. We were just playing marbles. I think I had like 5 or 6 people in the chat. And one of the like biggest marble streamers like rated the channel with like 500 people or something like that, and it was like the most I had ever had in a stream. And it wasn't like 500 people came in and nobody said anything. Like they blew the chat up. Like they were gifting subs, they were throwing bits, and they were just asking a million questions. And it was like the closest that I've ever felt to like unable to keep up with chat. And it was like a weird feeling. But I won't forget that. It's still like the highest number of people I've ever had in a stream before. But I would absolutely say it was that night. Absolutely amazing people. I still see some of them sometimes. It's another example of like a game that has a niche. If I'm playing marbles, absolutely I start to see certain people come around. But if I'm not playing marbles, sometimes you don't see them. But I will definitely not. I won't forget that one for a while.
You're gonna give Goody a big head, damn it. Knock it out. Oh my god. Okay. I mean, and that's actually really, really amazing when you have something big happen.
Wow,
this.
Juicy.
Most embarrassing moment live on air.
We've got the most proud, exciting moment. Now this.
That's interesting. It's interesting because like it's hard for me to feel embarrassed when I bring a lot of what you would expect more embarrassing things to be on myself. You know what I mean? Like being hit in the face with a pie and being covered in like gunk, like eating an incredibly hot gummy and just having like zero bodily function for a minute and like just looking like an absolute goofball. I do these kinds of things to myself. So it's interesting. I think like maybe the closest thing I've had to like an embarrassing moment is there was like a week where I would raid out and I hadn't set my bot up yet to turn my stream off after raid. So I would raid out and then I would like either get up and walk away and like go make food, or I would like sit down and like take off my bandana, like get all like messy in my hair and just like sit here and like be looking at the screen or something, or like doing like my thank yous or something. And then like Juan was always super good about it. He would like message me and be like, you're live still, right? And I just like look up at the camera, like look over and be like, oops. I'm glad I didn't do something that I shouldn't be doing in front of the camera. But yeah, I would just leave my camera on and not realize that I was live for like half an hour, 40 minutes. And I'd just be sitting here. I guess that would probably be the closest thing.
Okay. Because just like if you're already doing all the fun stuff that people would be like, you don't seem very shy. I'm gonna just put that out there.
Yeah.
So
I kind of am past that.
It's usually shyer people who are like, oh no, someone's gonna see me do this. You're not giving off that vibe.
I mean, yeah, I can't even think of anything I could do that would be like embarrassing.
No, I get that.
Goro said that you do the armpit fart sounds when you're alone. It's your contribution to the musical arts of history. So yeah, when did you pick that up?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh. Um. Yeah, this is a skill I wasn't aware that I had, but I guess I would say it started a couple of years ago when I wanted to start making that contribution. Wanted to make my mark. Get my name in a book. Um, you know, definitely.
I gotta step away for a quick second. It's bedtime, hug time, and you don't want him coming in here. So I'm gonna step away for a second.
Bye.
Bye.
So, did you ever have like a big collab, or when would you say your first major breakthrough was?
As far as like big collaboration, you see, like I play games with a lot of different people, but like a serious like a collaborative event. I want to say like Reaper Alice put together a pretty awesome time. We did modded Left 4 Dead 2. Um, and there was a couple of days of planning that went into that to make sure that everybody could sync up and run the mods together, and that everybody was doing the same thing, so we could have like a united experience with it. We made like a couple of posters for it. I think she was doing an event that was a part of. Um, but that was me, her, Dingo, and Arizona, I think. But I think that was the biggest like collaborative thing that I've done, because like I game with people and other streamers, but I haven't really worked on like a big like collaborative event like that. But yeah, I think that's gonna have to be my answer. I do hope this year, though, at the TwitchCon, I know that there's going to be a whole bunch of people coming. Diamond Risen, Gleefa, just a couple of people to name off the top of my head, coming this year. And I really do plan on doing some live streams and hopefully some group events too, if I can get the people in. I did meet up with Bearably, Jinja, and all them last year, but I couldn't get into the live streaming thing. I've done a little bit more of it now, but I've really got to get into that of understanding it better.
Like you're talking about like a IRL vlog type stream.
Exactly. I have like this. I bought this thing for the event.
Why do I feel like he's gonna pull out one of those old cell phone sticks that like the selfie stick?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, and it does the
Okay, upgrade
Got
selfie
the-
stick.
it does the
Stabilizer.
Stabilizer. Yeah. I brought this with me and everything, and then I didn't use it. So I'm hoping this year to actually be able to do some collaborative stuff with some people,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I might go.
Yeah,
So
do it. Do it.
I
Do it. We're
yeah,
so excited.
It's I think that's kind of a neat thing. I've seen people do those. Like, I just feel so much more in control here
Mhm.
behind this.
Yeah.
Like, and I can control like if my kids get in the door or not. But like people that are doing that out in public, I'm like, that's like the news anchors where like people walk behind and like do stuff ridiculous
Mhm.
behind them. You're like, I don't like that. So you are
Devil's
braver than I.
advocate. Devil's advocate, though, flip side, content.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
People love
good,
to
by
see
the way.
that
I
stuff.
do. You're right.
God dang it. Well, now I have to go because Malibu might be there.
Ah,
I
see,
don't get
look
to
at there
hug
you
that
go.
woman. I swear to God. Oh my God.
It's such a cool experience. Me and the wifey went last year. We definitely learned a couple of lessons and redid things, but we're really
Fuck.
excited. Something happened.
Fucking hell.
That was a good one.
That was fucking. Okay. That's wild. That's fucking wild.
That's a lot.
It was a lot to read.
That's so
right
bad.
there. It's so terrible. I don't like. I mean, in olden days, like that would be retirement age for somebody. Like they'd be put out to pasture at 19. So, yes. Okay. So, hey, you know what? Here we go. This goes along with it. Changing focus. Outside of live streaming, what's your favorite kind of content to make?
So I've started doing the YouTube again. And I'm trying to figure that out. I did make a game tutorial video for the Poke MMO game. That's done pretty well. But I kind of enjoyed that process of like putting together and showing people how to do something. Um, and putting that out there. Kind of like being able to help without needing to like be there like step by step helping. But I definitely think like more tutorial style stuff is definitely going to be something that I do more of.
I mean, I think if you do that and you make it pay for, I will go broke because I will need it. So I'll be your retirement plan. You're welcome.
I'll hopefully, hopefully if I am able to do all that stuff, maybe be able to do the YouTube partnership would be nice. We could do it that way.
No, I could. I mean, with all the socials you had listed, like I think that's really, it definitely shows that you've put the effort in to get that next piece going.
I hope so. Yeah, the Twitter and the Threads thing though, I'm god awful at tweeting. I just like I don't. I see other people tweet, like I understand the concept of tweeting. I don't have like I don't write down my thoughts. Like I could say something out loud that's like funny, and I don't think, man, I should go put that on Twitter. But like I need to start doing that. But I don't have that in me yet.
See, I'm the opposite. The shit that falls out of my mouth usually gets me in trouble, so I don't want it in writing whatsoever. I don't publish my VODs for a freaking reason. Okay.
So getting into the other content and things like that, how is your editing, storytelling, and overall presentation? How has that evolved since day one?
So definitely, like I said, like my very first video that I edited for gameplay content for my channel is still viewable on the Twitch page. So watching that and then like watching like my most recent like YouTube like series video, it's like night and day. I was never, before I started doing this, like I would say like before like 3 years ago, I had never touched Photoshop. I had never touched like Premiere Pro, After Effects, and like the amount of knowledge that I've gained and been able to incorporate into my things is a lot. So I would say drastic improvement. Storytelling is a whole nother thing. I am not great at like telling a story. I mean, I'm great at telling a story. I can tell you a story or two. But putting it into like YouTube content and like I don't even know how to describe it. Like people like come up with these like ideas like what is the limit that I can take, this item in this game and what can we do with it? I don't come up with stuff like that. And so I'm hoping to get better at that. But I definitely say that is a shortcoming for sure.
It's this Goro guy's going hard in the paint.
Oh no, I got you.
Ooh, Hope's mom said that you need to put Yo Mama on YouTube.
Maybe some family content.
Oh, that would be sweet.
That
I
would
have to
be
figure out
sweet.
this. I have to figure out the setting for that. See, that's where do we fit that in there? But so I don't know if you guys have seen like the family vloggers. You know what I mean? Like my little one is obsessed with like A for Adley. It's this dad, and he I guess was a famous skater, but he's basically like made a living having his kids in a vlog thing, and like I never wanted to do that. You know what I mean? If she gets older and she wants to, do a YouTube and do videos and stuff like that, I'm absolutely gonna support that. But I never wanted to like profit off of like videos like but absolutely I think there's definitely room for family content. Absolutely.
Could you imagine getting your mom in a video teaching your daughter how to make something, and like you guys all do like a family cooking one? Like, that would be sweet. Jesus Christ. I'm not showing my fucking office. It ain't happening. Goro's not gonna like. I don't need this validation in my life. I'm not gonna put wind in your sails, Goro, on the messy office. I'm gonna emulate some DoughsLife right now.
We have done cooking streams. I've experimented with doing stuff like that. I had a GoPro for a while. I had a chest thing for the GoPro, and I was like, man, we're gonna do cooking videos. This is gonna be amazing. And the thing got hot, and it was a bit of a mess. The turnout wasn't fantastic, but yeah, it was, yeah. But maybe down the line,
have like 10 cameras to catch all the angles. Like
yeah.
Here, then there's over here, then there's one in front of the oven. Like, I got.
And they have the island in the middle of the kitchen where it's this like perfect view of everything. It's
Nah, I don't. Yeah, no, that would be too much for me. But your mama wants it, so you don't really have a choice. I'm just putting that out there. She raised you, and
fair enough.
So, oh, I'm dying. Like, I don't know who Goro is. Does anybody want to claim Goro? Like, I mean, we're gonna keep him as a pet, but like, I just need to know: is anybody claiming him or her? Like, from their communities? Like, is Goro one of yours?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. All right, Goro, we already said we were keeping you. I'm not sure why you're looking. I mean, if you're sad because we said we're keeping you, that's fair. Okay, but don't be sad because no one's claiming you. We already claimed you. Okay.
Look, you put yourself in the situation, all right? Oh,
True.
Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, yeah. All right. So, where are we at?
So, Doe, do you have any like rituals or anything before you go live, or do you just kind of, it's just kind of part of your day at this point?
I mean, it's definitely part of my day. I have to set up quite a few things to go live. So like, obviously I've got I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights like that I have to either turn on and reposition. The green screen is semi faceted to the wall. So I have to swing that out. Get a few things right. I got my mini fan down here because I get warm. I'm a warm person. But aside from that, ritual wise, I mean, basically just making sure the girls are set up. Like I said, I'm primarily the chef, so when I get them home, make sure the dinner is prepared, that they're taken care of, and then that's pretty much it. Then I'm pretty much free to go. I don't have no rituals per se.
Well, there is a mild ritual here that when fire is instigated, to create something fun, he does. And I'm dying to see this. Fire made a video.
Well, well, well. Look who crawled from under the bridge. Goro out here mad, 'cause we got better gigs. You came in the chat like you're running a court, talking about fake like you own the resort. Said jump in the water, bro, that's a green screen, but you still fishing for relevance. Meme king, fake background facts, we admit that quick, but your vibe's faker than your old toll stick. Bridge troll life couldn't pay the fees, guess trolls get taxed when they bark on streams. Goro mad, Goro sad, tried to roast but the flame's too bad. He got jokes but we clap right back, like sir we stream not swim, that's facts. You want smoke, here's a cloud for free, put your troll pass down, take a seat by me. Mr. Rogers said it best, don't trip, make believe's better than a bridge that dip. You came for the crew, thought we fold and run, but we roast like marshmallows in the sun. 3 streamers deep with a splash of flair, meanwhile you mad you ain't got no lair. Goro's 18-7 more like Goro one time, dropped a diss but it barely rhymed. Talking big but your bridge got sold, now you out here told and insults cold. Won't you be real viewer? So next time you snipe, bring heat, not drizzle. We cook with spice, you just pop like sizzle. You wanna clap back, you got the gift. Now go rebuild that bridge with a graphics lift. Girl, my guy, we still got love. Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yo, and then real quick, Goro, take no offense to this, but fuck Goro. We got Twiggy with the raid. Let's go.
Move yourself in. Raid, raid, make them remember you. Push through hell and raid, raid, I will remember you. Raid.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Take that raid, brother.
Twiggy, you missed us being roasted. Goro was good. But we got fire. And fire
Yeah, no, W
Never.
Fire.
never ceases to deliver hilarity.
See that ability to think on your feet and be able to put something out quickly and just off the top of the head. Absolutely chef's kiss. That is amazing. Do you want to click on that link? Is that
I'm so curious. I have to.
Here's the deal. I'm just, I just, is there a way to open it in safe mode?
That's wow.
Is there a safe mode for this? Oh boy. Oh my god. Okay. I've never heard this. I'm gonna have to watch it later. Just like the dance moves alone. I got way better dance moves than this like little swivel thing that guy was doing. Although I could.
Oh
my
my
God.
gosh.
Twiggy, I hope that storm didn't mess with you too much. Poor Twiggy was dealing with reception issues earlier, and then he came back and an ad read on Goro. Shit. Malibu.
Okay, we'll get that going in a second. I do want to
Yeah.
ask Doe another question first.
Got you.
Doe, so do you see yourself streaming long term, or is this a step towards something bigger? Obviously, you're a father. You're going to school and chasing that education. Is streaming something that you want to continue doing through something? Is streaming something you want to continue doing throughout your life, or is this just something to kind of fill the void?
I've thought about that. And that was also something that I was thinking about when I was thinking about like the name, the brand, and the idea, that I didn't want it to just be streaming. Because there's so many different avenues, there's so many different markets. I mean, the things that streamers are doing now, like in 2025, is insane. I mean, attending red carpet events, I mean, starring in like AAA pictures. I mean, the sky really is the limit. I mean, they like, and I know that these are like examples of like, people that are way up at the top, but it really is like it opens up doors. You know what I mean? The amount of eyes that are being put on these platforms is just growing. Um, so I definitely think that I will continue to stream. Now, will I continue to stream consistently like this? That I don't know. Down the line, we could transition into more long form things, but that I guess is a question for the future.
I am cooking up this ad read real quick. So
I think that I can see, like, in an odd way, I could see you transitioning to like the educational side with like the things, just because of how you talk about helping people and like doing the videos, the how-to things to guide people for that learning piece.
Yeah.
Like you've kind of alluded to a lot of those different avenues that you could take it for yourself, which is nice.
Absolutely. Yeah. I never wanted to be like a teacher per se, but if I can impart knowledge and help somebody, I'm all for it. You know.
That would, I mean, it's definitely a skill that, if you could teach from afar but not have to deal with people, like
Right.
actually like in person.
Mhm.
You're getting food. I'll keep you all up. Aw, DoughsLife is the shit. Aw, Twiggy. Enjoy your food. Please
W
kiss
Twiggy,
your wife.
appreciate you,
Well,
my
Twiggy,
dude.
will you go kiss your wife for me?
Much
Thanks.
love.
Just I'm trying really hard to like, we started this stream and I was doing really good, like paying attention to Doe, and like I was really like catching over on a little bit, but I was missing a lot of chat. And now like Goro is like literally like I just, you say something sentimental, Doe, and if I start laughing, I am
No, you're
not
good.
laughing at your sincerity. I need to make this very clear
I
because
got
I'm
you.
gonna look like an asshole otherwise.
look, Quinn,
All good.
I'm gonna need you to get it together. All right.
I'm already gonna get the pink slip. Okay, I'm gonna get fired already. Shit.
Tragic.
I'm
This is your
irreplaceable.
verbal coaching session right here. Okay.
In
Right.
front of everybody?
In
God
front of everyone.
damn it. All right. I can handle it. All right. Do we want to do this now? Is this what we're doing?
I mean, I'm ready to let it fly if Doe is ready to let it
All
fly.
right. All right. All right.
He is the guest of the night. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Green screens. More iron on that laundry mat. Oh my God. Okay. So we got an ad read about Goro. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's episode is brought to you by the audacity of Goro 187, the man who came in hotter than a hot pocket straight out of the microwave and just as disappointing after the first bite.
Bro rolled into the chat with more confidence than Wi-Fi signal, and just like his last stream, he buffers halfway through a sentence.
He said he was gonna roast us like we weren't already flame-broiled legends on this mic. You came at Queen? Well, that's brave. It's like headbutting a wasp nest and blaming the bees.
Oh, he tried it. Tried to come for me like he was gonna knock off my crown. But baby, this crown's permanent, just like the stain his joke left on that metaphorical couch. Get a coaster next time, girl.
He came for me too. Said I looked like Otis from the WWE. Come on, my beard's way better. Because, I mean, it's wild. Coming from a dude whose avatar looks like he shops at create a character default settings.
My man got the voice of a Walmart PA system and the takes of a Facebook comment section. He's not toxic, but he does come with a warning label. May cause mild secondhand embarrassment.
So shout out to Goro, Twitch's bravest little toaster. We appreciate the roast, but next time, bring seasoning.
44th Parallel Podcast, where the jokes are sharp, the comebacks are fatal, and the only thing more roasted than Goro is his KD ratio.
I'm dying. I'm dying. Is this supposed to be this last one? Who's supposed to be this last one?
That's
Because
what I was wondering.
I'm kind of liking this. I like it. I'm just Goody. This is all you.
So Doe, we normally ask how you deal with trolls, but now you get to see how we deal with trolls. We got a Fire X's behind the scene, and then we got ad reads out front.
I love it. I love it. It's you put it out front, but the ability to laugh about it and deal with it in your own way. And that's another thing that I always try and tell people is like I talk about the way that I handle things, the way that I do things. That's not like an end all be all. That is not like a one size fits all. You know what I mean? Everybody is going to have a different way of handling things, and absolutely embrace what makes you comfortable.
I'll take Goro's nice trolling, comical trolling over like hate raids and
absolutely
ill intended.
Mm.
If you can make me laugh insulting me, like you win. And he gets a sub from Fire.
Let's go.
There we go. That's love.
W's in the chat. Let's go.
Together we touch the skies.
Well, now he's officially our pet.
There you go.
Hey, he can be our stream mascot.
There you go.
Okay, Doe, I don't want to take too much away from you because this podcast is about you.
I'm here for it.
So how important would you say analytics and metrics are to your strategy?
It's interesting. When I was at the beginning of the year, things have been picking up, and I'm very much thankful to the community and the people coming through. When we were talking about potentially making moves towards that next step, we did look a lot at the analytics and whatnot, and I kind of realized that it's really random. There wasn't really a rhyme or reason. Some Saturdays were better than other Saturdays. Some Tuesdays were amazing. Some Tuesdays people didn't show up. There really wasn't a whole lot to learn from my specific metrics. What I did find was that listening to different people and reading up on it, kind of just figuring out, like, when people say what worked for them, you look at one person's list, you look at another person's list, and you go, hey, they both talked about this. I think I'm gonna try that. And then experimenting with things was definitely massive. But looking at numbers day to day really did not produce any usable information for me.
So a lot of people, they don't look at their numbers because it makes them anxious, or it changes how they stream.
Absolutely.
Personally, I'm completely opposite. If I don't see my numbers, I don't care if I'm doing terrible and I'm holding 2 viewers. I gotta know who's there. It's just how my brain works. If I don't see the numbers, I'm anxious. Which I think is more rare than the other way around.
I would agree with that. I feel like I'm the same way. Because I've heard that advice a lot, like especially when I was like really trying to like come out of like a stagnant area, and like I was really hyper focused on the amount of people that were there and stuff like that. People could say, "Oh, just turn it off, just don't pay attention to it." And I'm like, I feel like I would worry about it more if I couldn't see it. That would stress me out even more if it was like if I just like put a piece of paper up over it or something, like be sitting there peeking the entire time.
I do that in Call of Duty for my KD, and people are like, will you stop checking your KD? I'm like, no, I just need to know like how I'm doing. They're like, it's mid-match, wait till the end. I'm like, no, I need to know now.
That is definitely something that like checking stats like midway through and stuff like that is like it ruins my focus. But sometimes like I gotta know, if for no reason other than like just for my own peace of mind. So I totally understand that one.
Have you
think
looked
I
at
do
the
that
ones
is-
where it shows games?
What do you
Like where
mean?
like because you're a variety streamer.
Yeah.
And so like this is the one analytic I looked at once upon a time was like where you have like it'll say like it'll show by game like what
Oh,
it's
what's
like you
better
said
and
you
what's
lose people depending on
yeah.
what game you're playing. If I
Mhm.
play Fortnite, I have people who come in and go, ew, Fortnite. If I play a carry game, they're like, F this shit, I'm out. I don't want to be startled. You know, so
Mhm.
like you have that. Is there been like one game that you've seen or like one genre you play where you've seen like actually more people attend for?
Yeah, I would definitely say when we're doing more multiplayer things, not necessarily like community things, but like Fortnite is a great example. When we play a lot of Fortnite, numbers tend to go up, and I think that's because we kind of catch more just random people coming in, specifically for Fortnite. Like I don't think that they're browsing. Specifically for us, but they just happen to stumble in there through, like typing in Fortnite or just Twitch recommended. I've noticed that we have had a couple of people come in and they straight up said like, hey, you were on like a Twitch recommended, and I was like, oh, that's incredible, But definitely multiplayer games because there's a lot of times where I play some of these single player games and people are just not feeling it, you know. Um, but it kind of is what it is.
I notice people only come in for single player if they know the game and they want to like give you advice or like critique like either positively or negatively, doesn't matter, but like single players, like you got to have either really good skill so people want to come learn from you,
Mhm.
or be really bad where people want to come in and help you.
Absolutely. And another thing too, when a game is like fresh release, if you really want to play it, you really want to play it like right after release, you have to accept the fact that you're going to get a bunch of people that come in and they go, peace and love. You're going to spoil stuff for me. I'm not trying to see spoilers.
Mhm.
I'll leave you up. I'm not going to be in here.
We got that a
And
lot with Split Fiction.
Yes, we
Mhm.
did. We had people come in saying, "Hey, we love you, but we want to play this," and it just
Yep.
it I was like, "Thank you, love you too,
Mhm.
but fuck off, come help us." Like,
Right.
but it is true. Like, you're not wrong, and on top of that, you get the saturation on those
It-
new games, overly
That's-
saturated when they come out.
Mhm. One thing that I'm getting ready to do is the Oblivion game just came out. I've never played it before. Didn't play the original Oblivion. It started with Skyrim. I know. It's a travesty. People are
I now no
taking it
longer
back.
feel bad about the Pokemon comment earlier about never playing a Pokemon game right now. Just saying.
That's fair enough. But I knew as soon as I saw that it was going to be a Game Pass day one that that everybody and their mother was going to be on it. So I decided that I'm going to play that one by myself and upload that to YouTube. And it's going to be an exclusive to that platform.
That's smart.
I like that approach.
So that was something that we're going to be doing starting this upcoming week. I am posting like daily videos, but it's going to be like intermittent, like so episodic. Like me and the wife here are also doing Baldur's Gate on Saturdays. We're doing a co-op run, so that's also going up on the YouTube. But yeah, just trying to spread it out because that oversaturation is absolutely a killer. Not necessarily just on the Twitch platform, but I think that is partially problematic in like the community spaces. Not a negative thing, just a statement of fact.
The only time it doesn't seem to be a problem is when it's community games like Repo. Like right now, Repo, it doesn't matter if 15 people are playing Repo because you can have a bunch of people play with you. And so like in those instances, but single player, absolutely. If it's oversaturated,
everybody's doing their own thing, and
you're not going to get it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But
so you mentioned doing the Oblivion and then like making that exclusive YouTube video. Something that's always impressed me from other like content creators is when they're able to to do their live stream on Twitch, and then they'll take moments from their stream and be like, "Hello, YouTube, how are you doing today?" Blah blah blah, and like they'll cut that out and make it a video and edit it and blah blah blah. But
Yeah.
they're doing it all live. Like that's very impressive to me because
It really is. And I definitely like that's like where I say like some of my shortcomings are like because the source record extension for OBS. If you guys aren't aware of the source record, it's amazing. Basically, what I'm able to do is I'm able to record gameplay and my webcam, that audio, and that's it. None of the alerts are appearing in my recording, none of that. So it's a clean upload to the YouTube. The only thing is I don't have that that mindset where I'm like, episodic in like, hey guys, we're back here doing this, and now let's get into it. And then, I'm not into that just yet. I need to do more long form off stream, I think, to get into that mindset. But
Yes.
I totally hear you.
I feel like if you're doing it live, you got to be able to switch off. Like, hey, I'm live. I have a whole chat here that's watching me, but I'm also making a YouTube video at this moment, so I need to, not notice them as much.
Right.
I don't think I could get as pumped like talking to myself. Like, I mean, I will say I've seen streamers who have one person in chat, and it's impressive because they talk like they have 200 people in chat the whole time, and it's like to have that skill set from day one of like really low numbers, like they're playing it, and they probably are doing what you're saying, like that episodic, like I'm gonna upload this later, and so they do that. But it's something that's very impressive. I can't do it. I need external stimulus to like. I'm not enough. Like, come on, guys. Like, it's like I will be intrigued to see your gameplay because I want to see, it'll be nice to see something different than when you're on stream. It's if you're just seeing the same stuff you see on stream, and they're like, oh, go check out this YouTube video of everything you just watched.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem with, and that's why I scaled back a day as well. I'm only doing 4 days a week right now on the stream, and it's so I have time to do YouTube content specifically for YouTube. You know what I mean? And then as far as like the energy and it sounds weird, right? But like I got really good at doing it by like just like talking to myself, just like in general. Just like I'll be wandering around the house and I just be like narrating, and I've gotten to the point where like I'll be playing a game and I'm vocalizing my thoughts, and it's in anticipation of not having the external stimulus. I need to get back. It's almost like getting back into that mindset of like, how would I be doing this? How would I be doing the stream if nobody was here watching me? If I was like doing it, all over again, like just talking to myself. So, it's a skill. It really is. Because I don't think people like naturally behave that way. I mean, if you do, like that's awesome. I just it doesn't seem like supernatural to me. It was something I had to learn.
No, usually people are talking to themselves. There's usually a diagnosis that goes along with it. that's the truth of it. Like,
yeah,
if you sit there and talk to yourself, people kind of give you funny looks.
Exactly.
Nowadays you can get away with it because like everyone assumes you have an earbud in.
But definitely.
No.
My internal dialogue be hitting.
Oh God. I'm trying to like
Sounds
internal
good, Laura.
dialogue.
Have a good one. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. I have not heard that word in that like phrase. I like it. No, I like what you're saying, and I think one thing that you're talking about, it brings up a really good question we have in here. Isn't it, when it comes to your growth? I mean, you said the numbers didn't really give you indications. You looked at the analytics, they kind of didn't. So are you thinking it's more strategy or luck or just the consistency you currently have? Like, where do you think your growth has come from?
It is absolutely a combination of all three. Um, and I know that a lot of people don't like hearing that because I'm insinuating that just because you're successful right now, when I say that luck was involved, they take that negatively. When that's not the case, you see so many people, especially like in the avenues that we're in, of people consistently putting out content, quality content, and doing everything correctly, um, and it just sometimes does not work out the way that they're hoping. I know I feel that way sometimes. I'm sure that even some of the biggest streamers out there, I'm sure that runs across their head. But I absolutely believe that you can be consistent, you can put out quality content, and be a victim of circumstance at the same time.
I agree with that.
And it's unfortunate because I mean, in an ideal world, everybody would be would be meeting their goal and expectation, that ideally. But unfortunately, that's not the hand that everyone's dealt. So
Yeah, one thing I feel like I wish more people realized, because I feel like there's at least a handful of streamers on Twitch that they're all about themselves and their success, but there's enough room for everyone to eat on Twitch. I mean,
absolutely.
there's even within the communities that we're all a part of, there's hundreds and potentially thousands of streamers. I mean, that's huge.
Absolutely. Um, and one of the big factors too, one of the big benefits to all that is the number of growing eyes that are coming to these platforms. Even if you're not a huge fan of like a Kai or a Speed or a Jinxie, I mean, these people are bringing attention to a platform to audiences that still have never heard of Twitch. They may have heard of the idea of streaming. They have no idea what Twitch is. They have no idea what's going. So I mean, it's only going to grow from here, and where it goes from that is like anyone's guess.
I've heard people say things that I mean about the changes recently, that the reason some of those big streamers became big is because for a long time it really wasn't a lot of like new streamers giving it a try. It was, oh, I got a job, I got this, that, and the other, I can't do this. And then all of a sudden COVID hit. And I heard of like just a massive influx when COVID hit because people were stuck at home.
Mm-hmm.
People had nothing to do. They needed something to do. So a lot of the people who were just watching streams went to streaming. And then that same question, like, why am I not hitting it big like, X, Y, and Z streamer? Because, I think I'm entertaining, but it's truly and honestly like they had more eyes with less competition.
Mm-hmm.
And then, now there's it's much different from what I've been told. Obviously I'm still newer, so I came in after COVID and all that stuff. So like I don't have a good historical perspective. So
Right. Absolutely. No, that definitely. I mean, as much as you can have your thoughts, feelings, opinions. COVID changed a lot. It
Oh,
just did.
absolutely.
And that was a huge thing. Absolutely. New gamers sprang up, new streamers. And it's funny. I'm in the same boat. I wasn't active yet during COVID. I worked through the entirety of COVID. I probably caught the thing like 3 or 4 different times. Um, essential worker, which is fantastic. I mean, those stimulus checks coming in on top of regular pay was. I wasn't complaining about it, you know what I mean? But I wasn't around for the COVID influx, but I've heard, just like you were saying, that there was a lot of people who, were either out of work, forced to stay home, and climbed on and said, "Why not?" And now, how many of those people specifically from that stayed? That's a great question. I have no idea.
I think it'd be interesting if they start looking at that in the future.
So we actually have a really, really good question in chat here. Cooper wants to know, what makes it worth it for y'all to try streaming? What's the motivation? Curious as someone too nervous to give it a shot.
That's a great question. I've definitely been asked before, why. For me personally, at the end of the day, I love gaming. I'm a gamer. Whether I was streaming or not, that's what I would spend my free time doing is playing video games. And you sit around, you joke and goof, with your friends, online and all that stuff, and I know, before I even started doing the streaming thing, like a couple of times, like we had just, it had just kind of rolled into like, man, we're funny. What are we doing? Like, we could be like making videos and stuff, like, right? Why don't we do that? And then I guess it was just one day going, why not? And then giving it a try and doing it, was the thing. As far as like motivation, I guess it would be, just consider the possibilities. I mean, what if you go live and you do take off? You'll never know if you don't try, at least once. Not to say don't expect to blow up off your first stream. That's not
That's definitely not how it works.
But
wait, you guys didn't blow up off your first stream? I don't understand. I did. 1,000 followers, first one. What'd you guys do wrong?
Yep, get her out of here.
Yeah.
Hurtful.
Wow.
Hurtful.
So from my perspective, when I first started streaming, I was kind of in the same boat, just playing with friends, and I was like, you know what? Why don't we give this a shot? Let's mess around, see what we can do. If I were to answer that question today, my motivation for streaming is being able to connect with other people and having people behind the scenes tell me like how much I've helped them get through hard times from just being a genuine person, because I'm the same exact person off camera as I am sitting right here behind camera. I try to have fun with everyone. I try to be funny. I'm just me. I'm genuine. I don't play a character. It's just who I am, and getting those messages and creating those connections. That's the motivation for me.
From my perspective, well, mine's a little different. Actually, I fell into streaming on accident. I had.
Wait, we're not talking about the time you got stuck in the dryer. All right, come
on. No. This isn't about that slipping. Different slipping. No, actually, when I came to Twitch, I was in a conversation with a friend, because I have a 15-year-old son, and he was streaming on Twitch one day, and I walked downstairs in my house and I was like, the fuck are you doing? And I was pissed because he didn't tell me he was streaming. And I was like, you understand you have brothers yelling in the background. Like, I don't know if at that time I didn't know people couldn't see him. I didn't understand it. And so I had a friend who streamed and did a lot of video games, and he was like, I stream on Twitch. Why don't you come and check it out? And I never thought I could do it. So, Cooper, one thing I'll say is I don't like being in front of people. I'm similar to what Doe said earlier. Like, me being center of focus, very awkward. But I'm an extrovert. So then, I had a heart condition. I couldn't go out and drink and couldn't do what I wanted to do and couldn't go party anymore with my friends. And I was like, well, why don't you try streaming and have some fun? And then the more people I met, I realized that my social limitations health-wise at the time, I could get that stimulation here, interacting with people, like Goody said, helping people. Like, we've had, a lot of communities that are really focused on how do I help this streamer? This is, the next step. Like, what, when you have people going for affiliate, how do you boost them? How do you help them? And it was a learning process. It helped my kid. So it motivated me to keep going because my kids thought it was really cool. Like, they'd go and brag to their friends, like, my mom streams on Twitch. And they're like, isn't your mom old? Yes, she is. But here I was, and I loved it, and I fell in love with the people. I've made amazing friends. The man sitting next to me is my brother. If I quit Twitch tomorrow, I will still be best friends with Goody. I will still see him in Bourbon. I will still have the friends I've made here, because some of those connections are so deep. They might be URL versus IRL, but they are, I mean, frankly, let's be honest, they're IRL. Like they are. They become IRL so quickly in your heart.
They're going to be IRL this summer.
We're going camping. We're doing family camping this summer. So I think if you're too nervous to give it a shot, something that makes it easy is start without a camera. Just do a basic stream, or start co-streaming. If you have a friend that streams, co-stream with that friend, and have them, be the sidekick on a stream to get the feel for how it feels to stream, and then slowly add or subtract it what makes you comfortable. If you're not comfortable doing it, don't do it. You're not going to have fun doing it. But if you want to do it, don't let fear stop you. Because one of my favorite motivational speakers, Cinder Camfort, one of her things is do something every day that you're afraid to do. Do something scary every single day. So if you want to play, you come fucking play with me. Tell me what you want to play. We'll co-stream, for fuck's sakes. I got you. But it really honestly is, do it. Because if you don't, you like Doe said, you don't know. You could be great. You could find a community and fall in love with the people there. I mean, Malibu, that if I don't see Malibu at least once a day, my heart does not feel the same. It's just a fact, so.
Also, with what Queen said, you could be great. That doesn't mean you're going to be great the first time. And if you're not great the first time, that doesn't mean you have to stop trying. You can always continue to grow. You can learn from other streamers. You can learn on your own, and you'll develop into someone that you're proud of.
And go check out different streams. Get your own feel for it. You might come in being like, oh, I really like this idea, or oh, I don't like this idea. You could watch somebody and be like, okay, I like what they're doing. You don't want to necessarily copy everything they're doing, but you get a feel for the kind of stream you want to be. So, don't let fear stop you. And you found a good place to find some really amazing people. So join the Discord and ask questions and reach out to people, because that's the more people you interact with in stream and become friends with and get to know, the more experiences you have on this platform, you really get to see the beautiful things that happen here. That I know Twitch is known for being toxic, but guess what? There is a very beautiful underbelly. It's like the opposite. With the amazing, kind, loving people are that underbelly that people don't know about until they really dive in deep. So
I will say Kick and all that nonsense has been great for taking some of the heat off of Twitch, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and OnlyFans, because, now the ladies can't half naked stream on Twitch anymore. Because that was still on when I showed up. I was like, she just painted her tatas. And I was like,
didn't
what?
They say that was okay?
The mirror. Do you remember the mirror stream?
I'm going to have to rethink my content.
Well,
the mirror streams? Yeah, Goody, just put a mirror under your desk.
Well, no. So, I think that they said that, nudity was okay if it was, either a part of the game or if it was a part of your art. So, as long as you claimed it was art and it wasn't overt, then it was okay.
Yes, but no also. But if you think about the directions they did take a lot of that stuff off of the platform, which I mean, honest to God, the first time I ever saw somebody with a mirror behind them and then under their desk, I was like, what is that? And it took me a minute to realize what I was watching. And I was like, got it. So
Cooper, thank you so much for that follow.
Grateful for the follows, clouds lifting like the smoke. Climbing up this ladder, each rung's a thank you note. Screen be popping, love spreading all around in this digital jungle where real friends are found.
And that beautiful man you saw in that video, that is the real, that's the chair I'm sitting in, not his chair literally, but I'm filling in for Bourbon, who can't be here right now. So
Malibu. All right. First of all, don't tell our secrets. All right. Just because we wanted to be naked doesn't mean you have to say that we wanted to be naked. All right. Come on.
It's art.
It's
always
art.
art. It's always art.
Exactly. Always. Every time.
Nope, can't.
It was one time I painted an elephant. All right. Come on.
Oh,
Anyways, so Cooper asked a question. Let's continue on that and not get into elephants.
I can't get
so
that
let's-
visual out of my fucking head now. Thank you for that one. I'm literally envisioning you looking down at your desk and like, hold on, I got the gray paint. Hold on. And all you see is the hand movements as he's painting. Hold up, oh, I need the pink for the nose. Okay, hold on. Up inside the ears. Like I just literally envisioned this whole scenario in my head.
It just gave me a business
Thank you.
idea.
Well, potato. It was a baby elephant, to be fair.
Listen. You got the up here cam for Twitch, right? And then you got the other cam over here for your other platform.
Exactly.
Probably
Don't
the,
get
business, the business mind. The business mind.
Oh. All right. So underailed. Like I'm gonna call it For Fire. I think Fire's enjoying this too much. I'm calling it For Fire.
So
Love
Joe,
you, Fire.
what's a mistake you made early on that has taught you the most?
Is it streaming or is that in general?
Take it how you want it.
Um,
That one open ended.
I think we'll stick with the stream. If somebody tells you that there is one singular way to grow, that there is a surefire way to do something, don't always believe it. Don't take that at face value, because there isn't. There is not a one singular answer to growth, and 90% of the time that person is just going to try to sell you view bots. Taking good advice, I always recommend, but there is no guru, there is no one-stop shop, there is no guaranteed method for success. So buying into those things early on, when you've never heard of Discord before and you're just getting into this, is very easy to fall into some of those kinds of people. So yeah, just careful who you listen to, I guess, is the takeaway from that.
Intentions are not always what they seem.
Exactly.
And sadly, even the people helping you, sometimes their intentions to booster themselves is not always. They can have good advice, but like snake oil salesman, it comes at a price.
Exactly.
So then what? So we talked about what not to necessarily believe, but did anybody give you advice when you started or even along this journey that completely shifted your mindset and how you're doing this?
Yeah. Actually, that was Risen. Like way back, like a year and a half ago, before I even got into these Discords. Or I should say, right when we got in here. Pizza Party was the first one that I joined. And I did what about 98% of all new Pizza Party people do. And I started going into chats and I started spamming emotes to get myself up into a higher spot so that I could turn my stream on and all of these people would jump into my thing and everybody would, because I was in the top spot, want to be in there and watch. And Risen was on his journey. But he called me out for it, and I'm very much glad that he did call me out for it, because he was like, you're spamming emotes in here to get points, like that's fantastic. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work for you. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he explained it. He was like, you need to network, you need to get to know people. That's how you're going to get people to come in and actually like pay attention to your stuff. You're not going to get anywhere spamming emotes in other people's chats. You're basically wasting your time there. And that really did like shift like my entire view of how I was handling this whole thing. I was starting to understand the networking aspect more because I had not thought of networking before that point in time. You know, we had come from one singular Discord community that was god awful. Um, and didn't have any idea, you know. Um, and that's very specific to the Discord, but that is just one thing, like one instance where I can absolutely say that changed the entire trajectory of where we're at right now.
Those authentic connections with people make a huge difference. You can go in someone's chat and do a bunch of fluff and bullshit, but if you're not there, it can tell. You know, people who've been, especially people who've been around for a long time, they can tell. You know, like if I can tell you someone's kid's name, you know I've made a freaking connection with that person. If I can go in and be like, hey, that was a really great stream when you had like 500 people in there. Not the same. It's not the same. There's this, it's a depth level issue. So that's actually really, Risen is actually really good at advice. He's obnoxiously good at advice and calling people out. And I want to hug him and punch him simultaneously sometimes because he's really good at that.
And that's one of those situations, you know, like a, you know, full circle, where you can either take feedback and grow from it, or you can take feedback and take offense from it. And, you know, I could have, you know, been like, oh, what do you know? You don't know nothing, you know, and gone on to continue doing what I was doing without learning, without growing, you know.
You know,
it's all about the mindset.
So you've been doing this for a minute, and you know you mentioned Ninja earlier, and I'm sure there's some other larger streamers that you've learned from. Who's someone in the game that you low key watch and learn from, like someone that's, you know, smaller?
Like smaller in what sense? Like smaller, like in just in general? Is there like a cap to the smaller limit?
Let's say smaller than you are personally.
Smaller than I am personally. That's a great question. That's a great question. It's an excellent question. It's one of those questions that really makes you think a little bit.
This is the best evasive technique I've ever seen. Your game is on point.
I'm trying, like I'm genuinely trying to think of something. I mean, like, just for example, I mean, there are people that, you know, used to stream all the time, that don't stream anymore, that I definitely did learn a lot from. I guess would maybe count in that category.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even when they were, you know, streaming consistently, not hitting you know, crazy numbers, but you know, was around long enough to know things. You know, it was one of those situations, you know, it's like you see it in the movie sometimes, you know, where there's you know, the wise, you know, old man who's the perfect teacher, but you know, was never the top individual in whatever it was that they were so mastered in, you know. And you know, I was lucky enough to, you know, call him a friend, and he was, you know, awesome with sharing wisdom with me when it came to this space, you know, setting up my OBS for the first time, getting things ready, you know, telling me, you know, if I was doing something like, hey, don't do that, you're going to put people off, or you know, it's going to be just don't do that, you know. And like early on, like those kind of people are amazing to have in your corner. Like obviously, you know, like I said earlier, you got to be careful about every single person that wants to jump on the boat to help you right away. You know, not everybody has the best interest for you, but you know, even after I, you know, there was a point in time where we were both streaming, and I did start, you know, gaining more traction than he did, and he was never any kind of way about it. And we would still visit each other's streams and all that. It's just a cool dude, and I haven't seen him in a long time. He don't really stream anymore, but every once in a while I'll catch him in the chat. But yeah, the number of viewers, like I said, I mean, there's some phenomenal streamers, some amazing streamers who put out awesome content, hilarious people. That it's sometimes just the circumstance isn't there, the luck isn't there, the ball isn't rolling, but it does not mean that you can't learn something. Um, so yeah, I'd say that.
I think another good analogy too, you brought up the one you did, but also a big one they use in like sports, in the sports world. The best coaches are the ones that couldn't succeed playing.
Yep. Just sometimes the strategy, sometimes the understanding the way things think. I mean, you could be an absolute master of the game, but and that's one thing. Like, just because somebody has not been to the top of something does not mean that they don't know what they're talking about, or they're incapable of providing useful information. I mean, that's a massive thing. Is just because somebody, and this is not anybody in particular, but I mean, we've seen that there's like channels where you go in there and there's thousands of people, right, supposedly watching, and there's no one. There's not a word.
Yep.
Numbers and supposed status numbers like do not equate like success and like information, like the ability to pass on said information. So yeah, I would absolutely say that is definitely something to avoid. Avoid that mindset of thinking like, unless this person has this many number of people, I'm not listening.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
I would say on the in the parallel to that, like there's a lot of people who will only go into streams where there is a lot of people there because they think they can network better in a big room with big streamers. Don't do that. Like go into those streams where someone has 4 or 5 people in there. Get to know them. Build those beautiful friendships where you can. I mean, there's something really beautiful that can happen in those moments. And as those people grow, you get to see the cool things that happen for them and celebrate those things with them. And it's definitely, but it's that parallel advice. Like, make sure you're supporting and being there for the people that don't have a lot of people in there, because we were all there also. Sometimes when you get a lot of people in your chat, you forget what it was like when you only had 1 or 2 people in there, and it can be a defeating attitude. It can be very defeating, like motivationally. You're like, I can't get that 3 average.
Yeah.
Like people that have like 400 people in their chats now, they all started there. So
Absolutely.
You have to step away for just a moment. I will be right back.
Yeah.
Ooh, just you and I now. Ooh. Oh, we got a JoJo in chat. Hi, gorgeous. The day was good. Thank you so much. Work was good. And I got to be here tonight with everybody here. So quite happy.
How long has that Goro been up there?
Where?
It's above you. You don't
Jesus fucking Christ. Fire! I have a troll above my head up here.
Oh, now he's gone. No, he's gone.
He's gone. I love you, Fire. God damn it. He's like,
Hey,
back now, I'm packing up. Oh my God. Well,
and just real quick to piggyback on what you were saying about networking with smaller people. Not that you can plan for this, but I have a couple of people in my community who are super awesome. They tried streaming, found out it wasn't for them, but they are still welcomed members, in my community and around, you know what I mean? And so you're making those connections, because you never know, sometimes people find out streaming isn't for them, but maybe they like watching streamers, I have a couple of people that are just dedicated lurkers. I'd be lucky if I can get a sentence out of them, and I absolutely love and appreciate each and every one of them. You know what I mean? So it's all about, like, you were saying, just getting out there and making real connections with people, not jumping into a pool and trying to say, hello to as many people as humanly possible.
Well, and if you think about how many of those people who've been watching everybody, they have they build those friendships, those connections. But some of them, they have skills that they want to bring to the community. Maybe they're amazing at Discord, and so they jump into Discord and they're great with organization stuff. They're great with planning or tech stuff. I mean, we have people in my community who don't stream or don't stream often or don't stream anymore. Who are always down to like jump on and help people. Someone puts a question in Discord, hey, I need help with this. Boom, they get answers right away because there are people that want to be, it sounds weird if I say it this way, but everybody wants to have a purpose. People feel good when they feel purposeful in their heart, like they have some value to other people. And so if their value is derived from giving back, but maybe they don't stream, maybe they don't find themselves funny, or they don't have the personality for it in their mind. They may feel like they don't have a purpose, but like being a part of a community that can give them that, like your folks that don't stream but come in and then they have a way to contribute if they have a skill they can do. Or some people make emotes, like Jesus criminy, some of these emotes that people make, they're not streamers. They're just artists that want to have some fun and want to help and like support people. It's a beautiful thing. So, I mean, don't just discredit somebody because they can't stream, because Lord knows there's a lot of us that can't.
Exactly.
But they might have different skills that they want to bring to the table, and discrediting them would be sad.
100%.
So, since Goody, he's back. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I love
Wow.
you. I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay. All right. Nope, I'll leave. My
No,
bad.
don't leave. I'm sorry.
Oops.
How to piss off your brother 101. Here we go.
You don't know I'm not leaving, Queen. You're leaving.
love-
This is my show, damn it.
That was hurtful. I love you. I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
I'll behave now. I haven't forgiven you yet. You hurt my feelings. Take me off screen. But
I'll do it again.
no, don't. Okay. So we talked about like how like kind of working through like the people you give your time to. But how do you decide like what you should invest your time and money into as you're developing as well? Because that's a huge thing for people. Like you said earlier, people come into streaming and they're getting inundated with, hey, obviously the cheap viewer ones, like those are bot ones, but like, oh, how about this service? I can help you do this, and I can help you grow your channel, blah, blah, blah. How do you decide, and what do you advise for that, for people investing time and money into things?
Research. Do your research. Reddit, for the most part, is amazing for answering questions. Most of these services, most of these programs, most of these things that they want to charge you money for, you can get without paying money. Do not fall into large subscription traps, 1-year contracts for things that you may not have to pay for. Research is your friend. They always say, what, measure twice, cut once. Google search twice, buy once. Do your research, and you would be shocked at the amount of time and when you're early on and you're trying to get ahead, it seems great. It seems like, oh, this thing says it can help me, and it's only $25 a month. What? Wow, that's amazing. And then you've wasted $25 and a week of your time before you realize that it doesn't actually offer you anything that this other program that's free does. So research, asking people, ask somebody, hey, have you, I do this all the time. I'll ask in my chat all the time, my community, hey, have any of you guys like used this thing? Like, what about this thing? What about this mic? What about this, camera? Like, what do you guys think? Has anybody seen it? I'll get, you know, 5 different, Amazon, links for, what everybody's using, and I get testimonials, and then I go through, and I'm a bargain hunter. Like, I buy things on sale. I'll buy things secondhand. That's what I do. Like, you got to save money. But I always ask opinions about what people think. Somebody who's gone out, used something, and has something good to say holds a lot more weight than a bunch of like random internet reviews to me. That's just my 2 cents on that one. But yeah, research, research, research.
So we do got this ad read.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, this is your fault. This one is your fault.
Look, guilty as charged.
You created this problem.
Hey, folks, Goody here. You ever look down and think, hey, my little guy's got the personality of wet drywall.
Well, baby, it's time to put some color in your trunk game. Introducing Pelf Paint. Elepaint. I can't. The world's first body-safe, temperature-reactive paint for your baby elephant.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking glow-in-the-dark, heat-sensitive, customizable drip. Whether your elephant's chilling in a sauna or fully raised for parade duty.
Your junk should be just as expressive as your personality. From midnight mystery blue to throbbing sunset red.
To holy shit, that's neon green. There's a color for every mood, moment, and mischievous decision you'll regret in the morning.
And don't worry, Elepaint is dermatologist tested, partner approved, and washes off faster than Goody denies his search history.
Defensive? Hey now. That was one time, and look, I'm gonna be honest, I was researching, all right?
Research.
Sure you were. Anyways, spice up your trunk, turn your funk into flair, and let your elephant paint the town one stroke at a time.
Hella paint.
Elepaint.
Make your dick the combo.
Canvas.
Or canvas.
Oh,
Weak.
I can't. Oh.
But the business mind, though. There's a market. There's a market somewhere.
Yeah, there is. There's been a lot of these ad reads for really good ones.
Somebody taking opportunities.
All right. Hydrate. Seaster says hydrate. I'm just Malibu, there is nothing in this world that makes me happier than your presence. I need you to know this. Just nothing. Like, you don't fucking miss a beat. I don't know which one I like better next. You can pick.
All right. I feel like we already kind of asked the other one, so we're gonna go with this one. Doe, what's one thing that you would say is holding you back right now from taking things to the next level or leveling up?
I definitely think my indecisiveness definitely holds me back. A great example is like just starting the year off. I had in my mind that I was, going to continue on this Twitch path, and that I really, really like all I wanted to do was to get to that next level. And then a few months down the line, I was looking at it and I was like, you know what? I think maybe I'm looking at it wrong, and I completely switched gears. I basically said, hey guys, remember when I was talking about this thing? Forget all of that. We're going to YouTube now. I'm pushing the YouTube. This is what we're doing now. And I kind of just kind of 180'd a little bit, and obviously, it's not a problem. Everybody, is always very supportive, and all that stuff. And it was almost kind of like too late to put it all the way back in the bottle, because some people are still in that realm of like, yeah, dope for the day, and I'm like, YouTube. That's what we're doing now. So I'm definitely thinking that my indecisiveness is definitely something that's holding me back. Um, it's not that I have an inability to stick with something and follow it through, but you get that little inkling in your mind, and if you give into it too much and you change, you shift gears, and then the momentum that you built up towards something else is gone, and now you're putting your energy elsewhere. So I definitely think that is it right there.
So I know earlier you talked about eventually becoming YouTube partner. I'm sure Twitch partner is also a goal of yours.
Well, that was the goal that I was referring to, that I switched from. Um, I decided to not focus on that, and instead turn my attention to creating long form content, with the hopes that obviously monetizing on YouTube, but also maybe getting some kind of flow between eventually. If I get long form content out there that somebody on YouTube likes, maybe eventually that would persuade them to go, you know what? I want to go see what this dude does live, in action. So that's the thought process there. But I mean, eventually with time, and that's another big thing is getting in those mindsets of like there is a specific time frame for these things to happen, when that's just not the case. Like these things happen when they're going to happen. It took me 6 years from making my Twitch account to making it to affiliate. Was it ideal? No, but you work with what you got. That was my time
Oh yeah.
frame, and that's the way that was. So taking myself out of the idea that like, man, I want to do this by this time. Because that kind of, it puts a pressure on myself. You know, um, so not putting time constraints on those things.
I like that
And
you're honoring your own journey versus comparing it to other people's journeys.
absolutely.
I think that's a big deal.
It's one of like the earliest traps, I think, like that we fall into in our own minds when we start doing it. And I don't even want to say it's just a streaming thing. I want to say that it can happen in almost any facet. I mean, as a parent, I've noticed that too. I haven't really done it much myself, but I see it talked about in those spaces where parents will, especially like you go onto like a Facebook or a Twitter, and people are so judgmental, and they criticize, and people put themselves into boxes that they don't need to put themselves into because somebody else said or did something at a certain time. So just, I think it's just a human experience, but not doing that is definitely better for the mental health, I think.
When you were pushing for Twitch partner,
Mhm.
did you find yourself more fixated on like the numbers? Because obviously that's a huge part of it. You have to keep the 75 average for majority of your streams and so on and so forth. Is that something that kind of made you like, hey, let's try the YouTube thing? That way I'm not as stressed out.
Part of it, that was absolutely part of it, was we weren't going 100%. Obviously growth was happening, growth is happening, but like I said, those time constraints, like I had put a time constraint on it, and so then it becomes, instead of like a naturally happening like exciting thing, it was turning into a deadline, it was turning into an assignment that was supposed to be done at a certain time. But another big part of it is, you can't force, I'm trying to find the word for it. Like I can't force the remaining number of whatever we needed for the Twitch partner to just materialize. Like that's not just something I just snap my fingers and here it is. Now we're there, you know. So it was thinking more outside the box of what can we do differently to maybe influence it. And that's where I came back around to the YouTube things. I had started it years ago. I just didn't really put a whole lot of time into it. So I kind of thought more about, well, if we can get up on the YouTube and do that and we can be semi-successful in that, maybe it, correlates to success on this side too, So that was a big part of it. And then that was a big part of, taking the extra day off. So being a 4-day-a-week streamer now, it's been interesting. I haven't noticed a whole lot of changes other than, more time, to dedicate to actually making YouTube videos. So finding the time to do that now.
With the transition from pushing for Twitch partner to the YouTube, what do you find more joy in personally? Do you find more joy in like going live and spending time with the community that you've built on Twitch, or do you find more enjoyment in learning new things and editing your videos and working on YouTube series or YouTube videos?
I would definitely say I absolutely love like streaming. I absolutely love going live. I mean, there's been plenty of days, where I'm sitting there and I'm like I'm like waiting for videos to process. I've done my edits and all that, and I'm kind of just sitting there and I'm hanging out in chats and I'm just like, man, I could be streaming right now. Like I could just go live. And it's just like almost like telling myself like, no, don't do that. Don't be inconsistent with your schedule. You set this aside. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Do that. So as much as I'm enjoying doing it different, learning how to, because it's such a different animal, doing the long form and trying to figure out like the YouTube algorithms. There's a lot to learn and try and process. I still love streaming. I don't think multi-streaming is, because I've done multi-streaming before. I don't think multi-streaming is going to come back. I think keeping the contents exclusive to one another is definitely in my mind where I see me going.
So we do the multi-streaming for the podcast exclusively, just that way, because obviously your VODs only stay published on Twitch for so long.
Right.
That way, the VOD stays published on YouTube. So if you wanted to go back, or if you wanted to be like, hey, I was on this podcast, go check it out.
Yeah.
You can find it on YouTube after the VOD has expired.
Right. No, that makes sense, and that's why like I've gotten into this habit of recording the streams, like specifically what I'm doing, like I'm playing the Final Fantasy game right now, and I'm working on like I cut out like the time I spend talking about a raid, or time I spend doing like stream specific things, chopping those out and trying to make like gameplay like videos that can go to the YouTube for somebody who maybe wasn't a part of the live stream, but to try and give a different experience, so you're not getting and that's part of like not having like that my alerts and stuff like that, like trying to make them like different enough, and that's where like the editing and the storytelling coming in. I really gotta I gotta talk to some people, meet some people who are real deep into the YouTube, and find out where the inspiration comes from some of that stuff.
I don't know who had sirens in the background, but hands up, I didn't do it.
Oh, that I didn't know if that was. Yeah, it gets a little loud over here. We're right down the street from both the fire department and the sheriff's station, so whenever something's going down, we hear it first.
And I'm guessing you don't hear it very often though, because like you tone it out because you're used to it.
Oh yeah, it's like deaf to it basically.
I live next to a hospital, and
oh wow,
I eventually people are like, isn't that obnoxious? I'm like, what? And they're like, you don't hear that? I was like, oh, what? They're like the ambulance? I'm like, oh, that thing.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's definitely a struggle.
So you're trying to build your YouTube community. You're trying to build your Twitch community. one thing I'm curious about is, how do you keep your community engaged where they feel like, they're part of your community, they're part of your Twitch or YouTube family versus just, oh, hey, thanks for the follow. You're a number.
Yeah. So I'm still trying to figure that out with the YouTube. Because it's harder when it's long form. Like you get a subscriber, you get a follower or something on YouTube, and you don't immediately get that opportunity to connect with them, to talk with them. I only get that opportunity on the YouTube when they leave a comment on something. And I've been very good about liking and replying to comments when somebody does reply to something, but it's different. And I haven't actually had anybody as far as like the feeling a family and not like a follower. That was a big reason why I ended up making the Discord, and why I've spent the past couple weeks improving it, was so that it could be a space for people who have connected through the stream to be able to come together and be a part of something. And I know that there's a lot of Discords out there, but ideally, there's going to be hopefully something different about this Discord that makes it worthwhile. But definitely still trying to figure it out on the YouTube end, 'cause it's different. It really is.
Yeah, I feel like with Twitch, obviously you get to connect with them live. They're there watching you live. Obviously, there's the slight delay, but overall, they're seeing you in real time.
Right.
With YouTube, it's they're watching something that you created and then published. So then they may comment and stuff like that, but you don't get to react to that right away. So I could see how that could be a struggle.
It's for sure a learning curve.
I don't think I can. I can't wrap my head around it yet. So many people are doing it. I'm just like, I'm absorbing everything everyone's saying to kind of learn. I can't wrap my head around it. Like the YouTube, the YouTube, the other formats. Like, I'm just like already, like it's. I want to master one before I master the others. I'm a simple lady, okay? I need like one at a time kind of thing.
Absolutely. I totally understand that. And I think that my desire to like build the YouTube, I think that a really big part of that is how comfortable I currently am with the stream, with the community, how it is. Like when I said, hey, I'm taking an extra day off a week to like focus on the YouTube, that I felt confident that people weren't going to go, oh, we're not seeing him as often. Oh, he's focusing over here. He's not going to pay attention to the Twitch stream. I'm not going to stick around for that. You know what I mean? Because early on, like when you're building, like with Twitch, momentum is absolutely a thing, and not wanting to kill your own momentum is definitely a big fear. I feel like for a lot of people, it definitely was for me. So being able to do this while not necessarily having to worry about killing my momentum was definitely a huge factor, I feel like, in the decision to like really focus on that, and to not be afraid to tell people that that's what I'm focusing on as well. Not kind of just do it in the back and then be like, hey guys, look what I've been doing, but to actively like promote it, like, and I'd love for everybody to be a part of that as well.
Yeah, I think the open communication, that's definitely a big part of continuing the momentum, because if you just kind of like, hey, I'm not going to be streaming as often, and didn't say too much about it, they'd be like, okay, well, weird, but we got you, something must be going on. But you took the right approach, in my opinion. You were like, hey, I'm gonna focus more on YouTube. I'm gonna make YouTube videos. Check me out. you know.
Mhm.
So I think that was definitely the right way to go about it.
I mean, people notice when there's a lapse in like your consistency of your usual consistency. So addressing it makes a difference versus people just disappearing. They're like, oh, who knows when they'll be back on again.
Absolutely.
So if you're okay, so you got this community, and you know they've gotten to know you. So what would be one word they would use to describe you?
Before we dive into this,
sorry,
we did get raided.
We got raided. Sorry, Trip. It's my fault.
Trip with the raid. Let's go.
Move yourself in. Raid, raid, make them remember you. Push through hell and raid, raid, I will remember you. Raid.
Love the song.
Told you I had to take my bite break. Welcome in, Raiders.
No, this is the only reason Trip even comes through here. He just wants to see the nips.
Go. W's. W's in the chat.
Even love you. I'm really surprised Malibu didn't clip that. I'll be honest with you.
Here's that Trip.
Oh God, the things you see here. We now
welcome to the 44th
parallel Vegas. Yep, there it is. Clip. Yeah, Trip's like, I got it. Don't worry.
Don't even worry about it.
It's his phone background. It's an animated background on his phone.
Those over here, like, this has been the most questionable podcast I've ever been on. There's been some really genuine moments, and then it gets like off the wall, crazy,
sussy as fuck.
What the fuck is going on?
Technically, it's the first.
Well, hey, we're happy to take your podcast for I'm just saying.
You know,
we're happy to be at the bottom of the barrel for you to see the better ones going forward. Kidding.
Wow. All right.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm kidding. Stop it. You insulted us first. No. Well, it's nice being the first.
Absolutely.
So. All right. So
bot.
Yeah, this
just bot.
Bot. Yeah.
Your bot.
Oh,
okay.
They call me a bot.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you're hiding it under your headband.
Yeah, I act like a bot when I play games. I'm a bot when I'm coding things. Yeah, I get called bot pretty frequently.
Can we get a bot in chat?
Is it because of how your brain processes things that they just like that they've attributed that?
Yeah. Like as deep spiritually and emotionally I can get, my brain is wired very analytically. Like I'm always thinking business, I'm always thinking, you know, ins and outs, do's, don'ts. Like, you know, I'm processing like way more than I need to be at any given time. And that's just kind of the way my brain works. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with like undiagnosed ADHD, but apparently it's very expensive and very difficult to determine once you're past like the age of like 12 or something like that. So that ship sailed.
So I have ADHD personally, and mine is different. So I'm the same way. I process way too many things at once, but yours is like more, you know, you can process one thing at a time. I'm processing the last 10 comments in our conversation at the same time.
Right. Absolutely.
I like that your ADHD would help you remember shit. I can't remember shit. That's my ADHD. I'm like Goody. I remember I'm going through 80,000 things in my head, but I can't remember half of them. Also, by the way, they lied. It is actually very inexpensive to get it diagnosed. I am an adult diagnosed person with ADHD.
How do I
And
go about that?
literally you just get a referral to a psychiatrist and go one time.
Oh, that's
and
what I'm
then
saying. That's what my psychiatrist told me. That's
you're
what he
okay.
told me.
First of all, your psychiatrist is a dick. Then mine looked at me. Mine said, "Tell me what you deal with on a daily basis." And I said, "I get angry and frustrated, and I can't stop thinking about shit." And he's like, "You have ADHD." And I was like, "Cool." And he's like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Medicate the fuck out of me so I can function like a human being." And he's like, "Okay, here you go. You need to
That's
move to Minnesota."
crazy.
Our doctors like to give out drugs much better, but truly that was what it was. He just said, "Tell me your symptoms." Okay, here you go. Like it matches.
That probably
And
does have
then
a big part to do with it because we do have free healthcare and we do have plenty of people that abuse those healthcares.
yeah, you might have more restrictions because of it. We like it gets tough that
Damn,
way.
he really did me dirty like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, but it's not actually that hard to get diagnosed. It's
Oh, it's good to know now.
Also, Malibu with the biddies.
Drop 'em out, but let me see them biddies. Gonna take a long look at those Tego biddies. Throwing a lot, but throwing about 50. Come on, let me gander it in biddies.
Is it weird that seeing Bourbon's even animated head makes me sad and miss him more?
Moment of silence.
No.
All right,
Oh, all right.
So what's the weirdest inside joke that your chat created and it just somehow stuck?
That's a good one. Oh, I'm trying to think. It's always ever changing. I mean, I'd say the bot one is pretty good because they just start spamming it. They'll spam Bender emotes. They'll spam all kinds of different things. I mean, there's the towel, Towley from South Park. That one's become a running gag. Or just start calling everything, towel-esque. And it's
There it
stupid
is.
fun.
Bender and Towel in chat for you.
Bender and the
Rampage.
towel. Yeah, Bender
Hey,
towel.
I have a request. Can you get a BAM emote? That way we can get that
Bam.
going too.
Oh, Jesus. Yes, I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down.
But he doesn't forget either. It's
Yeah,
pretty
I don't.
impressive.
I have to write things down, or I will forget. I literally have a notepad and a pencil, or I forget things.
So like I have a combo of both of your ADHDs. I focus on way too many things at once, but I also have like the memory of a elephant.
Of a baby elephant.
Yeah, the baby elephant. That would be correct.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah. No, I hyperfixate. Like I'll hyper focus on one thing, and I will go way overboard with it, and I'll completely space on everything else that I was thinking about until I remember it, and then it's time to hyper focus on something else.
I mean, it can be helpful to get shit like done and like really dive into something, but but you also have the completionist attitude, so that's really good because you might hyper focus, but you're gonna get that shit done.
Yeah.
I got 15 projects here that aren't fucking done, so
Yeah. I'm trying to be good about like not starting a bunch of projects, like starting one and like doing it. You know what I mean? Specifically because of that. I saw that.
Goody needs a baby elephant. Oh my god. So we did put in their chat earlier. Goody put in there, get your questions ready. We want to pull some questions from the community for DoughsLife. Anybody got anything that they are just dying to know?
Yeah, if you guys got chat questions, get them out there. And while we wait on those to come through, we do have some rapid fire questions to get through.
Absolutely.
You ready, Doe?
Yeah, let's do it.
You got 5 seconds to answer.
Okay.
All right. What's your favorite snack?
Bagel, cream cheese.
Drink?
Fresca. Grapefruit.
Favorite movie?
Oh, man. iRobot.
Makes sense with the bot thing, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, listen, before the slap, Will Smith was my guy. I mean, I'm hoping he comes back from this whole Jada Pinkett and all this craziness, but like, Will Smith is my favorite actor. Sorry, not sorry.
Okay, you said it, and
There
you
you
like
go.
you said before. It's your truth. That's all that matters, right?
Bingo.
All right, TV show.
Oh man, Futurama.
Also, bot. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I just can't get away from it.
Hobby.
Gaming.
Okay. F you, goody. Pineapple on pizza.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you.
You guys both suck.
It's an affront to my Italian half.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Look, the best thing about pizza is you can get whatever you like on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you're just wrong though. But I mean, you're not. Yeah, you can get whatever you want.
You're entitled to your wrong opinions, goody. It's fine. So,
You know what? I hate it here.
Me too, Trip. Every time someone follows or subs or raids in, I get to have a bite of pizza since 7:00 tonight. 2 slices.
Fun fact: I hate pineapple pizza. Chat knows it. There was a night where they said, "How many subs for you to get a pineapple pizza right now and eat it on stream?" I told them 40 in the next half an hour. We ended up ordering one on Domino's.
Let's go. W chat.
Yeah, W chat. Yeah, they made me eat a pineapple pizza.
I mean,
And it
I've
was the
eaten
best
one that
you've
I
ever
liked,
tasted
and
in
I
your
will never
life.
admit it.
Never.
No.
Look, if you get jalapenos with the pineapple,
I mean, that would
What?
make it better, but not
Who hurt you?
acceptable.
Who hurt you, goody? Seriously.
well, it's a long list. You sure we got time for that?
After. All right. So we got our rapid fire done. I want to start with this one because I really like this question. If you could be any mythical creature in the wizarding world, what would you be?
Can I be a wizard?
Mythical creature, not mythical.
You're a
I mean,
wizard.
is a wizard not
No.
mythical?
Okay,
No?
it is.
I mean, I feel like
it's
it
technically
is
a mammal.
All right.
It has to be a mammal.
I think Queen's just hating, to be honest.
That's a good one. Something that can fly for sure. Dragon? Maybe a dragon?
Okay.
Yo, I
Fire
want to be the
breathing.
big ass dog from the first Harry Potter.
Oh, the Cerberus?
Yep.
The 3-headed one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No, wait. I can be a wizard.
Okay. You know what, Juicy?
I told you. Queen was just hating.
You know what? In honor of my favorite person on the 44th Parallel podcast, I want to be a phoenix and so I can be set on fire. Boom.
Oh, okay.
Wait, who's your favorite? Who's your favorite person?
I feel like if you can't figure it out, I'm going to let you just mull that one over. Kidding.
No. I want you to say it.
I'm not going to, because you're going to take me off screen again.
I would never. Yep, you're both fired. How about that? Fired.
Damn.
All right. Here's our next one. What did your lovely wife think about you streaming when you brought it up?
The wifey has always been very, very supportive of everything that I've wanted to do. I would like to think that it's 50-50, but that wouldn't be fair. The wifey is absolutely incredible. Every aspect of this journey, she has been on board 100%. She is the top supporter of the channel. Been there for literally every stream. came with decided, when I said, hey, TwitchCon, San Diego, I'm buying tickets. Okay. She is absolutely 100% in support of everything we do here, and we appreciate her so much.
I appreciate that she gave you permission to twerk so that I could use you as my redeem when I send to people when they redeem goodies. So I'm absolutely in love with your wife and happy that I've stolen her for my harem. So it's fine.
Absolutely.
Follow-up question.
Yes.
What did your wife think about you coming on the 44th Parallel podcast?
Like I explained it to her, and like she was a little bit confused at first, but then like I showed her the channel. She's like, oh, okay. And she was hyped about it. We were even getting ready today. I was even asking her, I was like, what should I wear? And she's like, oh, what if you put all this on? I'm like, yeah, okay, I can do it. Beach theme. She was hyped for it.
I'm just gonna say I'm very happy that the Maddie B interview wasn't the one you showed her, because whew.
Questionable moments on a couple of them, so
feel like
that one specifically, right?
Though. Oh my god!
All right, look. To be fair, it was my birthday. It was my birthday. I drank, just a little too much tea, just a little. And I made questionable decisions.
Was that the night that the emote became a thing?
It was.
Okay. It's infamous, so you know.
I find it funny that you say that's the night questionable decisions were made, because I think every night questionable decisions are made. Arrow, I love you.
All right, but to be fair. So I'm not embarrassed that I made the questionable decisions. I'm embarrassed that I took the spotlight away from Maddie B because of those questionable decisions.
See, that's why I can't twerk with the Goody 6.9. I would take the focus away. I'm sorry. So sorry. No.
I have a question. Has there been a round 2 of the podcast?
Would that be? Well, technically,
no, just yes. In general, has there been a follow-up?
A follow-up drunken podcast?
Well, no,
I'm pretty sure he agreed to a tattoo and some other shit in a room with Bourbon when Bourbon went to hang out with him, and they were in the same freaking room, or you went to his house, and they were literally taking turns sleeping. There were some beautiful drunken conversations.
We only slept an hour before, and we only both slept for a couple hours during. All right, it was a 25-hour stream for my 25th birthday, and it was we did a birthday subathon type thing, and that's how the tattoos happen and stuff. But we weren't that drunk for that, I don't think.
Well, an hour of sleep for prep time before subathon definitely sounds like a.
And we did the pizza challenge right before that.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's yeah.
And Walt works. Thank you, Malibu. Yeah, the Penelope guided tours.
Penelope, all right. First
Penelope. Watch Club Dread. It's Penelope. Anyway.
Look, Penelope's a great lady. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I'm gonna just put this right here. Oh, trips after your heart on this one. Look at that.
Such a difficult question. There's so many great choices. Man, so many great choices. I'm gonna have to say Lucario. It's like a dog, but it's like a psychic dog. He can, do kung fu. So, yeah.
Arrow Girl?
Psychic kung fu dog.
Yeah, we got 44th parallel tattoos. from that subathon. And then the pizza challenge was a 32-inch pizza that we attempted to eat and failed. And I believe we have a photo of it.
They're I know I received a photo of it, and it was.
By the
I
way,
got diabetes watching it.
how many subs did you guys require for a tattoo?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Fair.
I think
that is a big ass pizza.
And Bourbon's a fucking giant. So you're seeing that Under Armour hoodie, and remember that Bourbon's a fucking giant sitting next to a giant pizza. So it's like if a real person was sitting next to it. I mean,
yeah, like if I was in the picture, you would get the true, size of it.
oh. That's big.
Giggity.
Claire,
all
do you
right.
remember how many subs that was? Asking for a friend, of course.
I don't know if I'd. It would have to be a lot of subs.
I think it was either 100 or 150. But we were also at the time we were also at like, I think we had just hit like 500 followers.
Oh, okay. Celebratory.
Arrow, we only put the best ones up on. So you're perfect. I'm now really excited for our outro song. I want to end our stream so I can hear this outro song already. Malibu, you're gonna be in love.
You're just trying to get rid of dough. I
No,
get
it's
it.
not at all. It's not my fault. Okay, stop it. All right.
Personally, though, I'm having a great time. I don't know what Queen's talking about.
Wow. Has anybody got a tow truck? This bus he keeps running over my ass is feeling real fucking heavy. Like, I'm just asking for help here.
There are so many comments I could make about that 32-inch pizza.
Yeah, there's Malibu. Say 'em all.
Hey, yo.
Hey.
All right. Is there any other questions you guys are dying to ask DoughsLife?
Because I know we got one more.
We do have one more.
We want to wait to see what you guys got first.
Should we be worried about this one more?
Actually, I do have one. I do have one for you.
All right,
socks on or socks off?
Wait, what?
Socks on or socks off?
Off.
All right.
Oh, a man after my heart.
Good company right there. Okay. It's an important question.
That's fair.
Like,
that's fair.
Those piggies can wiggle and get some air, or
I mean, just in general, like, okay, I don't go outside barefoot at all. Like, at all. When I'm inside my house, barefoot. But I won't do it outside.
That's fair. Outside is gross.
Slides or hey dudes or whatever. No socks.
So wait, do you wear socks in your shoes when you go outside? Do you have to have socks on when you go outside, or are you okay slipping on? Okay.
I have slides that I put on without socks.
I pretty much
what the fuck are you guys calling slides? Flip flops?
No,
like
Nike slides.
Yeah.
Like Nike sandals.
They're not like a
brand name
flip flop, but they're like it's like a it has like the arch.
It just has the strap over your foot.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I'm gonna need pictures.
Socks outside is a requirement. Not what are you talking about?
No.
It's California. Socks are optional. Shoes are optional.
Okay, so flip flops. We're considering the ones that go between the flip flops are okay. We're talking just like one strap over like the arch of the fuck is
correct. Yeah, that's called a slide.
Why the fuck is this shit I have to learn? I swear to God, I'm so confused.
Lingo.
Okay. I just call them fucking things that go on my feet. Okay, I need to go get the fucking things at the door that go on my fucking feet, and that could be any one of those things at the door. I don't care.
The floor barriers.
The floor.
The floor
I'm gonna
barriers.
start
I like
calling my
that.
shoes floor barriers. Hold on, guys. I gotta get on my floor barriers. Hold on, 1 second.
As you double down and you confuse other people.
Oh
I
god, I
just
love
wanted-
every second of it.
I just want to make it very clear that Malibu is not a part of the club.
I don't like. You know how many people I see like daily walking around barefoot? Too many.
Do you know how many gross things you can pick up through your feet by walking
lot.
barefoot? I'm just gonna put. There's a lot of like open pores. on
Okay,
feet
all
you
right.
can
So the
pick up.
difference is you want a requirement for socks on feet.
Oh, Errol, I'll send you a picture of my piggies after too. Don't worry, I got you.
Like I don't know what it is. Like in my house, in my own house,
And
so,
call
no socks. I don't know.
feet
but-
gloves. Socks are now feet gloves.
Like, I don't
Floor
even have to do it.
barriers
I'll
and
just
feet gloves.
show you guys now.
I love this.
Socks off,
Oh
baby.
shit! Hey yo.
I don't
Usually
think
gotta pay
I
for
can.
that.
Yeah, I don't think I can get that angle very well. I did that one time on stream because Gag like gifted subs to get me to write his name on my foot. So, like Woody, from Toy Story. So, not doing that again. That was really painful.
Socks
Rip,
and shoes
that
are
is
the
that
things
is a true statement.
Drunk feet pics. Okay. Piggy mittens. Feet gloves. I'm all for this.
Love
All
it.
right.
Look,
All right.
if I'm drunk and you tell me I'm not going to do something, I promise you I'm going to do it.
I mean that's a legitimate solution to the doubts. All right. Do we have any questions? You guys are gonna like literally sit here 10 minutes from now and be like, God damn it, I should have asked that. I'm giving you right now, last chance. Oh my god. This chat has been very trolly tonight. I really love it. I really love it.
Like, I don't want to say I bring it with me, but
I mean, you inspired them.
Welcome to the 44th parallel, brother.
I still have no clue who Gordo is. I don't.
Yeah, we don't either.
I genuinely need to know who this person was. They're now a pet. They can't disappear. I actually have their page up for later to find them. I will hunt them down.
Did you look in the about me section of his page? Because I happened to
did.
look at that. He has a PayPal for a fake Cobra Kai school.
Jesus Christ.
Are you gonna try and yeah? So I was talking about that earlier.
God
I got one of these thingies. I got one of these thingies, and I'm absolutely gonna try and live stream because I brought this thing last time and then I didn't do it. I didn't do the live streaming, but me and the wife are doing it differently this time. We're spending like basically a week down there. We're gonna be there for like 2 or 3 days before the event, so we can get prepared. Everything.
Oh,
Making a vacation
nice.
out of it. Yeah. I got a deal.
But with the baby elephant?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a second.
Oh,
With a baby elephant.
I mean,
Yes,
I feel like-
gimbal. Yes, that is the correct name for it.
Is that what it's called? The thing you were just holding in your hand?
Gimbal. Phone gimbal.
Okay.
Yes.
I actually thought you were going to pull out a selfie stick, like a teenage girl.
You know, I thought about it, but then I saw that on Marketplace for like $30. Like,
Okay.
basically brand new, and I was like,
It's
yeah,
a steal.
that's what I'm always perusing Marketplace. I mean, my first PC build, the one that the wifey has now, the only part in there I didn't get off Facebook Marketplace is the 4060, and I only got that at Best Buy because it was actually market price. But everything else, I'm a deal hunter. I do not care about secondhand. If it works, give me it. I want to save that money.
There's nothing wrong. Well,
Absolutely.
I mean, when you have a kid, that's kind of there.
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed.
think about the better places you can spend that dollar. So
Absolutely.
I get it.
Yes.
All right.
Correct, Malibu.
I don't think I'd have luck either way. I think I'm just gonna give people seasick. Oh my god. Okay, the love fest is happening now.
It is.
Trip, you've made his night. All right. Goody, I'm gonna let you ask.
Last call for questions. This guy. Any more? Get him out there right now. If you were an alcoholic beverage, what would you be?
So when I was partaking, the go-to was plastic bottle vodka.
Ooh, Kharkov.
Mm-hmm. So
Mhm.
that is the representation of dough as an alcoholic drink.
AKA lighter fluid.
Mm-hmm.
And then Malibu wants to know, Doe, would you come back for another podcast? Or was your
Absolutely.
first experience terrible enough that you're done?
No, this has been awesome. I would absolutely come back. Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, if you come back when Bourbon's here, you might like it better. I mean, he's nicer to Bourbon than he is to me, so allegedly.
Oh, this was great. Can we get Goro back though if I come back?
We'll try our best.
I'm literally going to hunt him down. I need to be
I mean-
or her. I don't know who the fuck it is, but I
To be fair, we did claim him as our stream pet. Them,
Mhm.
they, her, him, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, they're our stream pet now. So I mean, I think they just come with it.
I like it's gonna bother me if I never see that person again. I'm gonna be honest. I might
Just
actually be
disappears.
heartbroken. Yeah, like it would. It's. I will find them. It's fine.
I will find you.
I have a very specific set of skills.
Do you have any questions for us?
I think I asked him already.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions, and that could be like suggestions for the podcast, or it could be like suggested guests?
Ooh.
I don't know. I think the well is tapped.
Fair.
Alright.
If you think of anything, though, feel free to message either myself, Bourbon, Fire, or Queen.
Absolutely.
All right.
Have the three of you been on here? Have you guys like interviewed one of each other? Like, if you guys have Bourbon sit here and interviewed him?
So me and Bourbon's wife interviewed Goody and Bourbon, and then during that stream, me and Goody tag teamed and took over the podcast and did a couples quiz, like the married couple game, like it's from the 80s,
Okay.
on Bourbon and Lady in Pink. And I have been in your seat. Fire has been in your seat. But individually, Goody and Bourbon have not individually been in that seat. They've only one at a time been in this seat. So, we interviewed them as a pair because
we're kind of a package deal.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the glitter dick duo, but I'll just leave that be. Doe's going to ask, hey, Doe, got any other questions? Wait. Doe, you got any questions for us now?
So the glitter and the elephant paint are not related. Just two separate incidents.
Allegedly.
Alleged. Okay, so how did that happen?
Okay, I get to tell. Can I tell the story? Can I tell the story?
Go ahead.
It wasn't my glitter, but these beautiful men decided for a holiday event they were going to glitify their beards. And like every great idea, there is that massive fuck up at the end. So after they got done, they were talking about washing out their beards, and I made jokes and was talking about like how much glitter got in the sheets, and I made jokes about like the glitter they left on their wives and the glitter that they left on themselves. And after they were all done, I literally turned around and said, "Why did not you use the food grade glitter that dissolves in water?" Because they had glitter on their penises for weeks. Just saying. Hence why they are the glitter dick duo.
Glitter is dangerous. It's everywhere.
Again, PSA, guys. Food grade, dissolvable, sugar-based glitter for your holiday events will prevent future issues.
Or you can just, full send it like we did.
With Ella paint. Right?
Yes,
with Ella
with,
paint.
with
Absolutely.
Ella paint. Yes.
It just adds to the art.
It does. I mean,
Twitch.
I'm never gonna get that visual out of my fucking head now. Never. It's
You're
fucking
welcome.
glued. All right. So we're down to the very last question. Goody, this is your baby. So I'm going to let you ask it.
All right, Doe. Final question of the night. Who would you like us to raid? Where do you want to send this wonderful community?
That's a great question. Who is online? Who was the last person to post in the stuff?
You could also put it in private chat just in case it's someone that we don't currently follow, so we don't make any mistakes. That would be fantastic.
I just kind of want to see who he puts and then be like, who the fuck is that? Even if we know him for fun,
Well, I mean, I was going to do that regardless, but now you kind of ruined it.
Wow. All right, I quit.
Rookies, you know what I mean?
Fucking hell.
It's hard to find good hosts nowadays.
You know what?
Especially
Yeah,
when
no,
you're...
I got you.
Malibu, he's yours now. You come fucking host this with him. I'm fucking done. I quit.
You love me. Shut up.
Well, it took everything, but
good.
Been
That's
in
a
there
good choice.
Since day one. They have been there. They don't miss streams if they can help it. They are definitely deserving.
A W.
Absolutely.
W. Doe, it has been an absolute blast to have you on here. Thank you for coming on the show and telling everyone a little bit more about who you are and some of the things that you practice, some of the things that you believe in. Absolute blast.
Yeah, this has been a pleasure, honestly. I looked at the time and I was like, holy shit, it got late. And then I was like, but I didn't realize the time had gotten so late because we were having fun. So
thank you guys for having me. No, this is a great experience. This is a lot of fun. If you ever decide to do follow-ups, let me know. I'd absolutely come back. Or
absolutely.
Special guests, let me know.
Oh, hey, you could help me interview Goody. We could like totally just take it over. Oh, just okay. Sorry. I'm just gonna start recruiting people and do like every 10 minutes switch over who's like roasting Goody with me. I think this would be fucking fantastic.
Roasting?
Is that?
I mean interviewing. Do
you guys ever thought about doing a roast?
We tried once.
I thought about that, and they basically, my mods were like, "Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea because you're just gonna start yelling at everyone."
So we didn't. It was pretty fun. Preparation for it. So the original date got thrown off, and then the preparation for it after that kind of fell off a little bit. It was really good though overall, but I do want to get another retry.
You need a panel.
Yes, we do. Oh God. It's very interesting. I feel like if people use Chat GBT to roast them, Chat GBT is a bitch. It
I
roasts
want to see.
so good. Yeah, no, Chat GBT can do some fucking roasts. It's pretty
yeah.
awful. Yeah. So, well, thank you so much for making this enjoyable. I don't think I could have had nearly as much fun if you weren't here, Doe. So thank you.
My pleasure.
I love you too, Queen.
I love you too. But I hope you continue your journey though, because there's nothing more I'd love to see than you hit partner and just all these goals you're going for. Just see those into fruition. That would be amazing.
And don't feel free
Appreciate
to
that.
stick around after we rate out and whatnot.
Yeah.
Just to kind of give us feedback.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if your feedback is to fire Goody, they won't let me. I tried. Okay, so
Let's go show some love.
oh wait, we have an outro video first. We have an outro video.
I was getting
Malibu.
into that. All right, calm down.
Malibu, buckle up and get ready to clip some fun stuff. She's gonna love it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited.
So let's go show some love. We will catch you guys tomorrow. We actually have Kitty and Typo coming on the show, and it's going to be Queen and I returning for another podcast. Much love, everyone, and we will catch you guys tomorrow.
Night, everybody.
Lay your head down, baby. Don't make a sound. In the moonlight glow, let the paint go round. Brush in hand, soft like sin. Start at the base and stroke to the tip again. Color me midnight, color me wild, make my elephant blush like a naughty child. Neon dreams and starlight drip, trace every curve with your candy dipped lips. Whispers low, strokes slow. You're the artist, I'm the show. Painting pleasure with every hue. Tonight this canvas belongs to you. Cherry red, velvet black. Let your body be the zodiac. Every size a deeper tone. Each little moan a brush stroke grown. Color me reckless, color me deep. Tuck me in tight, don't let the paint sleep. One last stroke and I'll drift away with my baby elephant dressed in shades of foreplay. Shh. Let the colors dry. We'll rinse it off in the morning light. Or not.